I mean, I'd rather live with Mom than with you. It was a quiet Friday night, just as the clock struck midnight. My husband, James, was engrossed in an online game in the living room while I was sitting at the dining table, working on some tasks I'd brought home. When James casually mentioned living separately, as if he were discussing the weather, I was stunned. Why? I asked, needing to understand his reasoning, especially since our marriage had been struggling lately. My name is Madison, I reminded myself. It was midnight on my 35th birthday, and I was in the middle of fertility treatments. James's sudden announcement felt like a bombshell, a cruel, unexpected birthday gift that left me completely speechless. Without taking his eyes off the game, James said, "You're 35 now, right? Even if you do get pregnant, it would be a high-risk pregnancy. I've given up on having kids with you. That's why I'm moving in with my mom." What? That doesn't make any sense. I shot back, baffled by the disconnect between giving up on children and his decision to live with his mother. James and I had gotten married the year before last. We initially planned to enjoy some time as newlyweds, but James was eager to start a family. As the youngest of 3 brothers, with each of his older brothers already married and having 3 kids each, James was often told by them that it's best to have children while you're young and energetic. Encouraged by this advice, we laughed it off and enthusiastically tried to start our own family, but a year passed without any success. At one point, James snapped, "You need to get this checked out." "Check what?" I asked, confused. "Find out why we're not having kids. There must be something wrong with you," he shouted. I was infuriated by his assumption, but I still went to see a gynecologist, just to be sure. To my dismay, the test revealed that I indeed had issues making conception difficult. The diagnosis was a shock. I had no symptoms and it was completely unexpected. Dr. Thompson explained, "It's challenging, but not impossible for you to conceive naturally." However, sharing this news with James felt overwhelming. That evening, I tried to explain the situation calmly over dinner. James's reaction was triumphant, as if he had been proven right. "I knew it was you," he said with a smug tone. "But I can still get pregnant," I stammered, trying to defend myself. James glared at me with a cold expression. "No, it hasn't happened yet, so it's not going to," he declared, jumping to conclusions. I felt my anger rise. "For all we know, you could be the one with the problem," I retorted, raising my voice. James shouted back, "Madison, the results are clear, yet you still try to blame me. Unbelievable." In a fit of rage, he slammed his hands on the table, causing me to flinch. "You're just a failure who can't have kids," he spat before storming off to the bedroom. James's harsh words left me in tears as I cleaned up the dishes alone. I told myself that he was just shocked and lashed out in the heat of the moment. If we could just have the child, I believed we could be a happy couple again. Determined to win back his heart, I started going to the gynecologist regularly and learning more about our situation. My anxiety grew, and even on the days most likely for conception, we had no success. I became obsessed with the idea of getting pregnant. One morning, I cautiously suggested, "Let's try tonight, please." He responded with disdain, "Isn't it embarrassing to bring up such a topic first thing in the morning?" I blushed, feeling awkward. Though it felt uncomfortable, such discussions should be natural between spouses. Trying to keep my tone gentle, I continued, "You want children too, right?" But James coldly replied, "Honestly, I don't even want kids. They're too expensive. I only considered it because my brother said a man isn't truly an adult until he has a wife and kids. But now, with this excuse from you, I couldn't care less." From then on, whenever I tried to initiate anything, James would refuse, claiming he was too busy or too tired. I was also exhausted from work, and the repeated rejections were a blow to my pride. Lately, James had become absorbed in online gaming, staying up late into the night. As a result, we hardly talked, let alone had any intimacy. It felt like James had lost interest not only in having children but in me as well. Despite everything, I continued to visit the gynecologist. I was taken aback by the sheer number of couples at the fertility clinic. The place was always bustling, and even with an appointment, a 2 to 3 hour wait was common. It was somewhat comforting to see so many couples facing the same struggles, all doing their best. Occasionally, I'd see couples leaving the doctor's office with tears of joy streaming down their faces. The wives, with still flat bellies, would gently touch their stomachs while their husbands walked closely beside them. I envied them deeply. I wanted a child too, hoping it would restore James's love and bring me happiness. I clung to the fragile hope that having a child would mend things, but I hit a roadblock when I learned that advancing to further treatments would require James to undergo tests. It might now be impossible. The walk back from the clinic always left me feeling desolate and on the verge of tears. As I stepped onto the main street, I noticed an elderly woman in flamboyant attire catching my eye. Her thick makeup and brightly colored dress were almost overwhelming. Though I couldn't recall knowing anyone like her, she had an oddly familiar presence that momentarily distracted me from my tears. Could that be my mother-in-law? I wondered, staring in disbelief. Even though we live in the same city, we rarely cross paths, so she looked completely different from what I remembered. But the distinctive mole on her cheek was unmistakable. My mother-in-law was supposed to be a modestly dressed, typical grandmother, so her radical change in appearance was shocking. I quickly blended into the crowd, trying to avoid her notice. The truth is, my mother-in-law is quite a character, indulgent with herself yet harshly critical of others. She's notorious for hurling insults that most would find shocking. She showers her youngest son, James, with favoritism, treating her other children merely as financial resources. Even her other sons detest her. When my father-in-law was dying of cancer last year, there was talk of her moving in with one of her sons, but both the eldest and the second son firmly refused. We expected the request might come our way, but she announced she would live alone while she was still healthy, possibly out of spite or simply due to her nature. After my father-in-law's passing, she made a scene, accusing everyone of being ungrateful for stealing an old woman's retirement money and took all his inheritance without sharing it. Despite attempts by my brothers-in-law and James to divide it legally, she refused to budge, and no one could prevail against her. She told me, "I have no interest in getting along with you, so don't come to my house," she said. Despite her usual clashes with my sisters-in-law, this interaction was relatively peaceful. She didn't notice me that day and soon disappeared into a store. Her presence in that shop was so unlike the mother-in-law, I knew that I found myself staring at the store's sign in disbelief. That night, I considered telling James about his mother's unusual behavior, but decided against it. She was an adult, and with my father-in-law gone, she was on her own. It wasn't my place to comment on her personal choices. After that, I saw her a few more times but chose to ignore it. Months went by, and as my birthday approached, James brought up the idea of moving out. I asked him, "Is there someone else you're interested in?" I wondered if his talk about his mother was just an excuse and if he was planning to remarry. But given that he spent most of his days gaming at home, it didn't seem like he was seeing anyone. I almost laughed at my own cold reasoning. James replied, "Well, there's a girl in my gaming group I kind of like, but it's just online. For all I know, she could be a guy pretending to be a girl." His response only made the situation seem more absurd. If he could make rational judgments about his online interests, why was he suddenly talking about moving out? It made no sense to me. James simply repeated, "I just want to live with my mom more than I want to live with you." I couldn't understand why James would prefer living with his mother instead of staying with me. "So, have you come to dislike me and lost your love for me?" I asked, my heart itching just to voice the question. It felt as though he no longer needed me, a wife who couldn't bear children. I braced myself for his response, trying to hold back my sadness. "Not really." "What?" James's nonchalant reply caught me off guard. "Like I said before, I don't care about having kids anymore. What we need is a different financial strategy." "Financial strategy?" I repeated, puzzled by his unexpected words. James nodded with a calm demeanor. "Yeah, it's about my mom's inheritance," he said, his tone serious. I was confused, struggling to see the connection. My brothers are greedy. They'll use any excuse, like having more kids, to claim a larger share of mom's inheritance. I won't let that happen. I was stunned by his blatant admission but kept my thoughts to myself. "But your mother is in great health. Isn't it premature to be discussing inheritance?" "That's exactly the point. She dislikes you but favors me. Living with her now could give me an advantage in the inheritance. Plus, there's a substantial fortune my dad left her. We could live comfortably without working hard. We don't have children to look after us in our old age, so we'll need the money," James explained with a dismissive tone, but I was horrified by the implications. "So, you wanted children because you needed them to care for you in your old age. And now that's not an option. You're aiming for a bigger share of your mother's inheritance." I hoped my assumption was wrong as I sought confirmation from James, but his response confirmed my worst fears. "Exactly. Children are supposed to look after their parents. By living with my mom now, I might even secure the entire inheritance, James said, showing his strong allegiance to his mother and lack of intention to be fair. I remained silent, feeling the depth of his familial ties. James continued, "When mom passes away, I'll move back in with you. You may not be able to have kids, but you're good at housework and bringing a decent salary. You're useful as a housekeeper." "Understood. Let's get a divorce," I blurted out, my frustration overriding James's words. Who would agree to such terms? To live separately and then reunite later was an insult. I knew James, the pampered youngest son, had his flaws, but this selfish scheme was beyond forgiveness. I realized that staying with him would never bring me happiness, and at that moment, my love for James completely vanished. "Let's get a lawyer to divide our assets and finalize the divorce." Divorce? I never mentioned anything about divorcing. Just living separately is fine. Hiring a lawyer seems excessive, James said, suddenly flustered but seeming to reconsider. "No, you'll be better off as a single man too. I won't be satisfied unless everything is divided fairly and legally. Plus, having a third party involved will prevent any lingering issues, right?" James smirked. "Maybe you're right. If I get a large portion of mom's inheritance, I'll be set for the future and can remarry. Just don't regret this." "Don't count your chickens before they hatch. Make sure you have no regrets," I replied. The next day, I contacted a lawyer recommended by a divorced friend and arranged a consultation. I also informed the landlord that only James would be moving out and organized a moving company. While making these arrangements, I overheard James on the phone with his mother saying, "I want to live with you and take care of you." I was astonished that he had proposed moving out before even discussing it with her. According to James, his mother was excited about the arrangement and had a few requests. As a result, the divorce preparations proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Originally, the assets were to be split evenly, but my skilled lawyer negotiated a better deal for me, securing 70% of the assets, including compensation. Given James's selfish reasons for our divorce, I decided not to hold back and claimed what I was entitled to. 3 days after our divorce was finalized, James returned to his family home. I was relaxing in my apartment when my phone rang. It was James and his voice was frantic. "Help me please, let's get married again. There's no inheritance. Mom spent it all on strippers. She's broke and deep in debt, and even the house is mortgaged." "Well, that's unfortunate. Your mom was really into those strip clubs," I said, struggling to suppress a chuckle. Just days earlier, I had seen my former mother-in-law heading into a strip club. Curious, I had checked the price list and was shocked by the figures. She had been frequenting the place for some time, clearly spending a fortune. With James becoming obsessed with online gaming and neglecting visits, she had fallen for a stripper and squandered not only my father-in-law's inheritance but also her own retirement savings, accumulating significant debt in the process. "Why didn't you tell me if you knew?" James demanded. "I don't criticize personal hobbies. I never stopped you from gaming, did I?" I shot back. James hesitated, then tried to shift the topic. "She's asking me to take out loans in my name, but that's not feasible. Could you give me the money from our property division? If we get back together, it's both of our money, right?" "Absolutely not." "Why not? You still care about me, don't you? Your husband is in trouble here." "I did love you when we were married, but when you suggested moving out, any affection I have for you vanished completely, especially now when it's clear you're only after money. There's no chance we're getting back together." "But my mom's demanding that I give her all my salary. She says it's only natural for children to support their parents. She was always so kind to me alone." James whined pathetically, but his and his mother's entitlement, that they should come first and everyone else should cater to them, was something I had no desire to support. "We're divorced now. We're strangers. Your family's problems are yours to deal with," I replied firmly before hanging up and blocking his number. I called my former sisters-in-law next. Although it had only been 3 days since the divorce, the urgency of the situation made it clear that waiting wasn't an option. I filled them in on the recent developments about my former mother-in-law and the details of the divorce. They expressed their sympathy and promised to deal with James. Soon after, my former brothers-in-law stormed into the family home, creating quite a scene. I heard about the commotion from one of my former sisters-in-law. After James' call, I decided to change the locks on my apartment for safety and made up my mind to move out. It felt like a complete break from the past. While searching for a new place, I discovered that the family home was up for sale. Though I could have inquired about James and his mother, I chose to focus on moving forward. I was ready to leave the past behind and start fresh. I'm now considering a pet-friendly apartment where I can enjoy a leisurely life with a cute cat.
The worst part about chronic pain isn't the pain itself. It's watching someone else casually steal the few accommodations you fought so hard to get. Like my disabled parking permit, which I'm staring at right now through my sister's windshield, knowing she used it for another shopping spree while I spent 20 minutes hobbling from the back of the lot. My name is Zara, and I have fibromyalgia. Most days it feels like my bones are made of ground glass and my muscles have been put through a meat grinder. Today is one of those days, and my sister Savannah just breezed past me in the driveway, designer shopping bags swinging from her arm. "Oh my God, you would not believe the deals I got," she squeals, not even acknowledging that she took my permit. Again, the new Nordstrom collection is everything. I grip my cane tighter, knuckles white. "Savannah, we've talked about this. You can't keep taking my permit." She rolls her eyes, fishing it out of her purse like she's doing me a favour. "It's not like you were using it. You barely leave the house anyway." "Because I can't park anywhere close when you steal my permit. Girls," my mother Laura appears in the doorway frowning. "What's all the commotion?" "Zara's being dramatic again," Savannah sighs, dropping the permit on the counter. "It was just a quick shopping trip. She acts like I committed a felony or something." "It actually is a felony," I say through gritted teeth. "Disabled permit fraud is—" "Oh, honey," Mom cuts me off, that patronising softness in her voice that I've grown to hate. "Savannah was just trying to run some errands. You know how busy she is with her social media career taking off. Why don't you go lie down? You look tired." I want to scream. Instead, I watch Savannah float upstairs, probably to photograph her haul for Instagram. My father Ricky glances up from his newspaper, shaking his head. "Your sister works hard to build her brand," he says. "Maybe if you pushed yourself a little more instead of focusing on limitations." "I push myself every single day," I snap. "You just don't see it because you're too busy making excuses for her." "That's enough," Mum says sharply. "We're not having this conversation again. Savannah apologised, didn't she?" Actually, she hadn't, but that was typical. Savannah never needed to apologise because someone always jumped in to defend her first. I retreat to my room, easing my aching body onto the bed. My phone buzzes, a text from my cousin Jordan. "Hey Z, you okay? Mom mentioned there was drama at your place again." I type back, "Same old. Savannah took my parking permit shopping. Parents think I'm overreacting." "That's messed up. Want me to say something to her?" "No point. Nobody ever believes the quiet girl anyway." I stare at my ceiling, remembering all the times I've swallowed my anger. All the times I've heard, "You're too sensitive," or "It's not that bad," or "Family comes first." My fingers hover over my phone's keyboard as I open a new browser tab. How to report disability permit fraud. The search results load instantly. My heart pounds as I read through the process. Documentation required, penalties involved, anonymous reporting options available. It would be so easy. Just a few clicks, a form to fill out, some photos I've already taken. Another text from Jordan. "BTW, save the date for my wedding. 3 months from now. You're obviously invited. Savannah too, but I'm putting you at the cool kids table." I smile despite myself, then look back at the fraud reporting page. My sister's voice echoes from downstairs, laughing about something on her phone. Probably posting about her shopping life hacks again. My fingers start typing before I can stop them. Name, address, permit number, vehicle description. With each field I fill out, a weight lifts from my chest. This isn't about revenge, it's about consequences, about standing up for myself in the only way left to me. I hear Savannah's car keys jingling again. "Going to meet the girls for drinks," she calls out. "Don't wait up." The familiar sound of my permit being snatched off the counter follows. No one stops her. No one questions it. I look down at my phone, at the completed form waiting to be submitted. All it needs is one tap. One moment of courage, or spite, or justice. Maybe all three. My thumb hovers over the submit button as Savannah's car starts up outside. She's probably already planning her next shopping trip, her next party, her next casual theft of the accommodation I need to function. The submit button glows blue in the darkness of my room. I press it. So you actually did it. Jordan leans forward across our coffee shop table, eyes wide. You reported her. I nod, stirring my tea. 3 days ago. I've been documenting everything since then. Dates, times, photos. Look. I show her my phone's gallery, Savannah's car in disabled spots outside boutiques, restaurants, clubs. The permit clearly visible in each shot. My sister's Instagram stories providing timestamps that match perfectly. Damn, Z, you're like a private investigator, Jordan grins. But aren't you worried about the family finding out? I finish. Honestly, I'm more worried about them never finding out. What if nothing happens? What if this is just another thing Savannah gets away with? A notification pops up on my phone. Savannah's latest Instagram post. She's posing outside an exclusive downtown restaurant, designer bag prominently displayed. The caption reads, "Life hack, always know where to find the best parking, or it's blessed." Jordan reads it over my shoulder and makes a disgusted sound. She's literally bragging about it now? Gets better, I say, scrolling to the comments. Someone asked how she always gets prime spots and she wrote, "Perks of having a sister with special needs." That's so messed up, Jordan says, then hesitates. Hey, speaking of special needs, for my wedding, do you want me to reserve no accessible parking? I cut in. I don't want anyone knowing I have a permit. Let Savannah think she's got her usual VIP spot. Jordan's eyes sparkle with understanding. You're planning something. Before I can respond, my phone rings. It's my mother. Zara, where are you? Savannah needs to borrow your permit again. Her friends are having a pop-up boutique event. I grip my phone tighter. I'm using it, Mom. I'm out right now. Well, how long will you be? Savannah really needs... No, I say firmly. She doesn't need it. She wants it. There's a difference. Why are you being so difficult about this? She's your sister. Exactly. She's my sister, not my identity thief. I hang up, hands shaking. Jordan reaches across the table and squeezes my arm. You okay? Yeah, I manage. Just tired of being treated like a permit dispenser instead of a person. My phone buzzes with a text from Savannah. Thanks for nothing. Had to park like 6 blocks away because you're being selfish. Hope you're happy. I am, actually. For the first time in years, I feel like I'm doing something instead of just taking it. Oh my God, Jordan suddenly says, staring at her phone. You need to see this. She holds up her screen. It's a mutual friend's Instagram story. Savannah at brunch with her influencer crowd, waving my permit around like a VIP pass. Life hack queen does it again, the caption reads. Who needs to pay for parking when you've got the golden ticket? Send that to me, I say quickly, and screenshot it before she takes it down. Already did. But Z, what exactly are you planning? I pull up my email and show her the response I got from parking enforcement this morning. Thank you for your report. Please provide any additional documentation of fraudulent permit use, including social media posts. The wedding's in 3 months, I say quietly. Savannah always parks in the VIP accessible spots at events. Always. And you think they'll actually do something? I forward the Instagram screenshots to the enforcement office, adding them to my growing file of evidence. They better, because I'm done being the family doormat. My phone lights up again, another text from Savannah. Mom's really upset now. Why do you always have to make everything so dramatic? Jordan reads the message and shakes her head. You know what's actually dramatic? Getting your car towed at your cousin's wedding. If it works, I say, but I'm smiling. Speaking of the wedding, how's planning going? Don't change the subject, Jordan laughs. But since you asked, we're finalising the venue layout, including the parking situation. She pulls out her tablet, showing me the site map. VIP and accessible spots are right up front. Perfect view from the reception hall windows. I stare at the map, imagining Savannah's car being towed away while everyone watches. Part of me feels guilty for even considering it. But then my phone buzzes with another demanding text from my sister, and the guilt evaporates. "You're sure you want me to save her one of those spots?" Jordan asks carefully. I think about years of stolen permits, dismissed complaints, and family gaslighting. About being told I'm too sensitive while watching my sister exploit my disability for Instagram clout. "Oh yes," I say, forwarding the venue address to parking enforcement. "Save her the best spot you've got." 3 weeks after filing my report, nothing has happened. Savannah still takes my permit whenever she wants, and I'm starting to wonder if I wasted my time. "Look what I got!" Savannah bursts into the dining room during family dinner, swinging a designer bag that probably costs more than my monthly disability check. Limited edition, only available at the pop-up downtown. "Beautiful!" Mom coos. "How did you manage to get in? I heard the lines were insane." Savannah winks. "Oh, you know me, I have my ways." I recognise that smirk. It's the same one she wore in her Instagram story yesterday, posing with my permit in front of the boutique. "Must be nice," I say, pushing my food around my plate. "Having ways to skip lines while actual disabled people wait." The table goes silent. Dad sets down his fork with a sharp clink. "Zara," he warns, "don't start." "Start what? Pointing out that what she's doing is illegal." "It's called being resourceful," Savannah snaps. "Maybe if you spent less time complaining and more time... More time what? Committing fraud." "Girls," Mom interrupts, "can we please have one peaceful dinner? Zara, don't ruin the vibe. Savannah's excited about her bag." "Of course she is," I mutter. "Everything's always about Savannah." "What was that?" "Nothing." I push back from the table. "I'm not hungry." Back in my room, I check my email for the 100th time. Still no updates from parking enforcement. Maybe they don't care. Maybe a new message appears. "Dear Ms. Nelson, thank you for your ongoing documentation. Could you please confirm the license plate number and provide specific citing times for the following dates?" My hands shake as I type out the details, including screenshots of Savannah's social media posts that match each incident. My phone buzzes. Jordan calling. "Hey," she says when I answer. "How are you holding up?" "Just had another lovely family dinner. You know, the usual. Savannah showing off things she bought using my permit. Everyone pretending it's normal." "Well, I might have something to cheer you up. Wedding details." Despite everything, I smile. "Hit me. So the venue coordinator needs a final count for accessible parking. Should I put you down for..." "No," I say quickly. "Don't reserve anything for me, but what time does the venue start monitoring the parking lot?" 2 hours before the ceremony. Why?" I think about the email I just got, about all the evidence building up. "Just curious. Hey, what time is Savannah's hair appointment that day?" 3 hours before. She's been bragging about booking the best stylist in town. Why are you... Oh, Jordan pauses. "Oh my God, Z, are you thinking what I think you're thinking?" "That depends. Does the venue have a good view of the parking lot from the reception hall?" Jordan laughs. "Perfect view, floor-to-ceiling windows." "Good to know." I open my email again, adding the wedding venue's address and timing to my report. Just gathering information. "You're scary sometimes, you know that. I learned from the best. Speaking of which..." I hear Savannah's voice downstairs, probably planning her next outing. I should go. Things to document. I hang up and listen to my sister's conversation drift upstairs. "Yeah, parking's no problem," she's saying. "I've got it covered. VIP spots everywhere I go." I open my camera roll, full of evidence. Photos, screenshots, timestamps. 3 months of methodically building my case. The wedding is in 2 weeks. My phone pings with a new email from parking enforcement. "Thank you for the additional information. We have assigned Officer Carmen Tran to your case. She will be monitoring the reported locations. I save the email and head downstairs. Savannah's still on the phone, twirling my permit between her fingers like it's a VIP pass. Going somewhere? I ask. Not that it's any of your business, but yes, girls' night downtown. She tucks the permit into her purse. Don't wait up. Wouldn't dream of it. Mum appears in the doorway. Zara, don't forget we have dress fittings for Jordan's wedding tomorrow. I remember. And please, try to be more supportive of your sister. She's under a lot of pressure with her social media career. I watch Savannah sashay out to her car, already planning her next Instagram story. Don't worry, Mom, I say quietly. Everything's going to work out exactly the way it should. The sound of Savannah's car fading away is almost drowned out by the ding of another email notification. Officer Tran has reviewed your case. Enforcement action pending. 2 weeks, just 2 more weeks of watching Savannah steal my dignity, one parking spot at a time. Then we'll see who's under pressure. The dress fitting should have been simple, but nothing's simple when Savannah's involved. Can you believe some people actually tried to make me move my car? She's posing in front of the boutique's mirror, adjusting her bridesmaid dress. Good thing I had the permit. Front row parking, baby. She pulls out her phone, snapping a selfie with my permit visible in the background. Chat smart parking, she types, showing me the screen. Should I add more hashtags? How about chat felony fraud? I suggest sweetly. Mum shoots me a warning look. Zara, please, this is Jordan's special day we're preparing for. Can't you just what? Pretend it's okay that she's literally photographing herself breaking the law? It's not breaking the law. Savannah rolls her eyes. It's being resourceful. God, you're so dramatic about everything. The seamstress pins my dress awkwardly, clearly uncomfortable with the tension. I close my eyes, remembering the first time my family made me feel this invisible. Mom, I'd said, clutching the fibromyalgia diagnosis in trembling hands. The doctor finally figured out what's wrong. Instead of hugging me, she'd burst into tears. How are we going to manage this? What will people think? This is going to make everything so difficult for all of us. Not for me, for all of us. Zara, the seamstress touches my arm gently. Are you all right? You seem unsteady. I'm fine, I lie, gripping the fitting room rail. My legs are screaming from standing so long, but I refuse to sit. Not today. She's always like this, Savannah stage whispers, so sensitive about everything. I watch her adjust her pose for another selfie, probably planning some inspirational caption about perseverance or hustling or whatever buzzword is trending. At least I'm sensitive about my own life, I say, not stealing someone else's disability for Instagram clout. That's enough, Mom stands up. Zara, if you can't be supportive, maybe you should wait in the car. Great idea, I say, carefully stepping down from the platform. Except I can't get to the car because someone parked in the only accessible spot with my stolen permit. It's not stolen, Savannah snaps. You never use it anyway, because you always have it. The seamstress backs away, mumbling something about getting more pins. Smart woman. My phone buzzes. A text from Jordan. How's it going? Your wedding is going to be interesting, I type back. Officer Tran confirmed she'll be there? Yep, just got to make sure Savannah uses the permit one last time. Don't worry, Jordan replies. Those VIP spots are right by the entrance. You know she won't be able to resist. I look up to see Savannah preening in the mirror, Mom fawning over her like always. Perfect timing, I text Jordan. She just posted another permit selfie, adding it to the evidence file now. You're kind of scary, you know that? So people keep telling me. Zara, Mom calls, at least try on your dress before you leave. I struggle back onto the platform, letting the seamstress fuss with the hem. Through the boutique window I can see Savannah's car in the accessible spot, my permit displayed proudly on her dashboard. The wedding's going to be beautiful, Mom sighs, both my girls as bridesmaids. If only you could be more like your sister Zara. She always makes the best of things. I stare at my reflection, at the sister who's been invisible for so long. You're right, Mum. I should be more like Savannah, take what I want, not care who it hurts. That's not what I know exactly what you meant. I step down carefully, gathering my things. And you're right, it's time I stopped being so passive. Savannah snorts. Please, you can barely walk some days. What are you going to do? I think about Officer Tran's email, about the venue's perfect view of the parking lot, about years of stolen permits and dismissed complaints. You'll see, I say quietly, at the wedding. You'll all see. I leave them standing there, confused by my calm. Outside, I pass Savannah's car with my permit. 2 more weeks. My phone buzzes again, Jordan sending the final wedding timeline. Ceremony at 4, she's written. Parking enforcement starting at 2. Savannah's hair appointment across town at 1. Everything's set. I smile, taking one last photo of my permit in Savannah's car. Evidence item Tashanjar 47. Perfect, I reply. Time to show them exactly what the quiet girl can do. Wedding day arrives with perfect timing and terrible weather. The rain means everyone wants to park as close as possible to the venue entrance, including Savannah. I watch from the bridal suite window as she pulls into the closest accessible spot, tossing my permit onto her dashboard with practiced casualness. She's running late from her hair appointment, exactly as planned. Did she take the spot? Jordan appears beside me, already in her wedding dress. Front and centre, right where Officer Tran can see it. You're sure about this? I think about this morning when Savannah snatched the permit off my dresser without even asking. Never been more sure of anything. My phone vibrates. A confirmation text from Officer Tran. Vehicle spotted, standing by. Savannah bursts into the bridal suite, designer makeup bag swinging. Oh, my God, the traffic was insane. Thank God I had the permit or I'd never have found parking. Aunt Zlata, arranging flowers nearby, raises an eyebrow. Permit? Oh, you know, Savannah waves dismissively. Zara's parking thing. She never uses it anyway. That's not how those work, dear, Zlata says sharply. Whatever, Savannah rolls her eyes. The important thing is I'm here and I look amazing. She starts setting up her makeup station, chattering about her Instagram followers and brand deals. I check my phone again. Another text from Officer Tran. Documentation complete. Proceeding with enforcement. Zara, Mom pokes her head in. You look tired, honey. Maybe you should sit down. I'm fine. Are you sure? You seem tense. Through the window I spot a parking enforcement vehicle circling the lot. Actually, I feel great, I say. Everything's exactly where it should be. Savannah appears at my shoulder, phone raised for a selfie. Smile, sis. My followers love some family content. Speaking of content, I say carefully, how many likes did you get on that parking hack post yesterday? So many. People love learning insider tips. She starts typing a caption. Should I do another one about wedding parking strategies? Oh, definitely. Make sure you get a good shot of where you parked. She beams, completely missing my sarcasm. Good idea. The lighting's perfect right now. I watch her pose by the window, carefully angling to show the accessible spot where her car sits. Behind her, Officer Tran steps out of her vehicle. You doing okay today? Savannah asks, not looking up from her phone. You look a little tired, babe. The patronising tone, the fake concern, it's all so familiar, so practiced. Never better, I say, as a tow truck pulls into the lot. Actually, I think things are about to get really interesting. What do you mean? You might want to look outside. She turns just as Officer Tran approaches her car, citation book in hand. Oh my God, Savannah gasps. What is she doing? She can't ticket me. I have the permit. You mean my permit? She freezes, finally hearing something in my voice that makes her turn. Zara, what did you do? Me? Nothing, I smile sweetly. I just stopped letting you do whatever you want. I'm going to stop her. Savannah starts for the door, but Aunt Zlata blocks her path. Might want to fix your makeup first, dear, Zlata says mildly. You're about to be in quite a few photos. Through the window we watch Officer Tran inspect the permit, speaking into her radio. The tow truck operator starts positioning his vehicle. This isn't happening, Savannah whispers. Mom! Dad! Someone do something! But our parents are busy with wedding preparations, and anyway, it's too late. The citation is already being written. You know what the fine is for fraudulent permit use? I ask conversationally. It's pretty steep, almost as much as that designer bag you bought using my permit last month. You reported me, your own sister. No, I say quietly. I reported someone who stole from me, repeatedly. The fact that she's my sister just makes it worse. Savannah's face contorts with fury. You're pathetic. You did this because you're jealous of me. Actually, I did this because I'm tired of being invisible. But hey, you wanted to be an influencer. Now you can influence people not to steal disability permits. She storms out, presumably to try saving her car. Through the window, I watch her gesturing frantically at Officer Tran, who simply continues writing the citation. That was a long time coming, Aunt Zlata says beside me. Was it too much? She pats my arm. Sometimes the only way to be heard is to make a little noise, dear. Outside, the tow truck's lights start flashing. Savannah's screams echo across the parking lot. Jordan appears in her wedding dress, grinning. Ready for the ceremony? I watch my sister's car being hooked up to the tow truck, years of stolen dignity finally catching up to her. Ready, I say. I wouldn't miss this for anything. You don't understand, Savannah's voice carries across the parking lot as wedding guests start gathering at the windows. That's my parking spot. Actually, Officer Tran says calmly, according to the permit registration, it belongs to Zara Nelson, who isn't in the vehicle. She's my sister. We share everything. Disability permits aren't meant to be shared, Mom. They're assigned to specific individuals. I watch from the garden archway as Savannah's designer heels sink into the wet grass. She's getting more hysterical by the second, mascara starting to run. Mom! She shrieks. Dad! Someone do something! Our parents push through the growing crowd, Dad immediately puffing up with authority. What seems to be the problem here, officer? Fraudulent use of a disabled parking permit, Officer Tran replies, unfazed. We've documented multiple violations over the past 3 months. 3 months? Mom's head whips around, searching the crowd until she finds me. Zara, did you do this? Before I can answer, Aunt Zlata speaks up. Does it matter who reported it? The girl's been stealing from her disabled sister. About time someone did something. We're family, Mom protests weakly. We could have handled this privately. You've had years to handle it privately, I say, stepping forward. You chose not to. The tow truck operator is hooking up to Savannah's car now. She lunges forward, nearly tripping in her bridesmaid dress. You can't take my car. I have the permit right here. That's evidence now, Officer Tran says, collecting my permit from Savannah's dashboard. Along with your social media posts bragging about fraudulent use. My posts? Savannah goes pale. You've been stalking my Instagram. No, I say quietly. I've been documenting your crimes. The crowd murmurs. I spot phones being raised, recording the scene. Savannah's worst nightmare, becoming social media famous for all the wrong reasons. You vindictive bitch, she hisses. You planned this, on Jordan's wedding day. Actually, Jordan appears beside me, radiant in her wedding dress. I helped her plan it. Consider it my gift to both of you. Consequences for you, justice for her. Dad steps forward, that familiar dismissive look on his face. Now, listen here, officer. Surely we can work something out. These are just girls being girls. Sir, Officer Tran interrupts. Permit fraud is a felony offence. Your younger daughter has been documented using it at least 27 times in the past 3 months alone. Would you like to see the evidence? She holds up her tablet, showing a compilation of Savannah's own social media posts, each one featuring my permit, each one bragging about her parking hacks. "Oh shit," someone in the crowd whispers. The tow truck's hydraulics whine as Savannah's car begins lifting off the ground. She makes one last desperate grab for her designer bag, still inside. "This is all your fault," she screams at me. "You're pathetic. You're just jealous because I actually have a life while you're stuck being broken." The crowd goes silent. Even Mum looks shocked. "No, Savannah," I say, my voice carrying clearly across the parking lot. "I'm not broken. I'm disabled. And you've been stealing from me because you thought I was too weak to fight back." "I didn't. That's not. But you know what's really pathetic?" I continue. "Building your whole social media brand on stolen disability access. How's that for an influencer story?" Officer Tran hands me back my permit. "This belongs to you, Ms. Nelson. We'll need you to testify about the unauthorized use." "Of course." "You can't be serious," Mom pleads. "Zara, she's your sister." "Yes, she is, and now she gets to learn what that actually means." The tow truck starts pulling away, Savannah's car swaying slightly as it goes. My sister stands there in her expensive dress, makeup running, watching her perfect image literally being hauled away. Aunt Zlata appears with her phone out. "Don't cheat the blue tag, kids. They always come for you eventually. Should I post that, or is it too on the nose?" Jordan laughs. "Post it. Let's start a new trend. Actual consequences for entitled behaviour." "This isn't over," Savannah snarls, but her voice shakes. "When everyone finds out how you set me up." "You mean when everyone finds out how you've been exploiting your disabled sister for Instagram clout?" Jordan cuts in. "Yeah, let's definitely get that story trending." Officer Tran finishes her paperwork. "Court date will be mailed to you. Have a nice wedding." As she walks away, I hear her mutter under her breath, "Finally, some karma." The crowd slowly disperses, heading inside for the ceremony. I stay by the archway a moment longer, watching the tow truck disappear around the corner. "Ready to go in?" Jordan asks softly. I look at my permit, finally back in my possession. "Yeah, I think I am." Behind us, I can hear Savannah's sobs mixing with Mom's attempts to comfort her. But for the first time in years, the sound doesn't make me feel guilty. It makes me feel free. The wedding ceremony passes in a blur of tension and whispers. I can feel Mom's disappointed stare burning into my back from the front row. But I keep my eyes forward, focused on Jordan's vows. During the reception, Savannah corners me in the hallway outside the bathroom. "Happy now?" she hisses. "You've ruined everything." "No, I just stopped letting you ruin my life." "Your life?" she laughs bitterly. "You mean sitting at home feeling sorry for yourself? At least I was putting that permit to good use." "Good use?" I step closer. "You mean stealing access from actual disabled people so you could get Instagram likes?" "Girls," Mom appears, her face tight with controlled anger. "Private conversation, now." She herds us into an empty conference room. Dad follows, closing the door behind him. "What were you thinking?" Mom demands. "Humiliating your sister like this? On Jordan's wedding day?" "Interesting how you're more upset about Savannah being humiliated than about her committing actual crimes." "Don't be dramatic," Dad cuts in. "This isn't about, it's about family," I finish. "Right, that's always the excuse. Family comes first. Except when it's my needs, my dignity, my legal rights being violated." "I can't believe you're this petty," Savannah spits. "Over a stupid parking permit." "It's not about the permit," my voice rises despite myself. "It's about you thinking you're entitled to take whatever you want from me because my disability makes me less important than you." "That's not true," Mom protests weakly. "Really? When was the last time you defended me instead of her? When was the last time you acknowledged that what she was doing was wrong?" Silence. "That's what I thought. We just wanted peace in the family," Dad says. "No, you wanted compliance. You wanted me to shut up and let Savannah do whatever she wanted because it was easier than standing up to her." "How dare you?" Savannah steps forward. After everything this family has done for you. Done for me, I laugh. You mean like when Mom cried about my diagnosis because it would make life harder for everyone else? Or when Dad suggested I was just being lazy? Or maybe you mean all the times you stole my permit and posted about it online like it was some cute life hack? The door opens. Jordan stands there in her wedding dress, Aunt Slata beside her. Everything okay in here? No, I say clearly, but it will be because I'm done. Done with what? Mom asks. Done pretending this is normal. Done letting you gaslight me into thinking I'm overreacting. Done watching Savannah steal pieces of my life while you all make excuses for her. You can't just... Savannah starts. I can, and I did. Officer Tran has 3 months of evidence. Your car is impounded. And your social media followers are about to learn exactly what kind of person you really are. You're really going through with this, Dad demands. Pressing charges against your own sister? Yes, because someone in this family needs to face consequences for once. This will ruin her record, Mom cries. Maybe she should have thought about that before committing felony fraud. Savannah lunges forward suddenly, grabbing my arm. You vindictive little... That's enough, Jordan's voice cracks like a whip. Savannah, let her go or I'm calling security. You're taking her side. There aren't sides here, Aunt Slata says. There's right and wrong. And you've been wrong for a very long time. Savannah releases me, stepping back. Her perfect makeup is ruined, her carefully curated image crumbling. I hate you, she whispers. I know, I reply calmly, but that's your problem now, not mine. I turn to our parents. I'm moving out tomorrow. Jordan's helping me find an apartment. You can't just leave, Mom pleads. Watch me. But we're family. Dad tries one last time. No, I say quietly. We're just people who share DNA. Family supports each other. Family respects boundaries. Family doesn't steal from each other and then play victim when they get caught. I walk to the door, then pause. Oh, and Savannah? Officer Tran said to check your mail for the court date. Don't worry, I'm sure it'll make great content for your followers. The sound of Savannah's outraged scream follows me down the hall, but for once it doesn't make me flinch. Jordan catches up to me near the reception hall. You okay? Better than okay. I pull out my parking permit, my actual legal permit. For the first time in years, I know exactly where I stand. Through the windows, I can see the empty spot where Savannah's car was towed away. It feels like a metaphor, a space finally cleared of all the toxic entitlement that's been suffocating me. Come on, Jordan says, linking her arm through mine. Let's go celebrate something worth celebrating. Behind us, I hear Savannah's sobs echoing down the hall, but this time they sound different. They sound like consequences. Court is adjourned. The judge's gavel echoes through the courtroom as Savannah bursts into fresh tears. Jordan squeezes my hand as we watch my sister being consoled by our parents. The fine is substantial and the conviction will follow her forever, exactly like the chronic pain she so casually exploited. Ready to go? Jordan asks. Almost. I pull out my phone and open Instagram. Savannah's latest post is still there, a tearful explanation about learning and growing that conveniently omits the part where she stole from her disabled sister for social media clout. I click the block button. Finally. Outside the courthouse, Officer Tran catches up to us. Ms. Nelson, just wanted to say, we don't see many of these cases through to conviction. Most families pressure the victim into dropping charges. Most families care more about image than justice, I reply. She smiles. Well, your case has already changed things. We've had a spike in fraud reporting since your sister's story went viral. People are finally speaking up. Good. I watch my parents hurry Savannah toward their car, not even glancing my way. Someone should. Ready to see your new place? Jordan dangles a keyring. The move is finished this morning. The apartment is perfect. Ground floor, accessible bathroom, And, most importantly, my own designated parking spot right by the entrance. No permit needed. "Look what came," Jordan says, holding up an envelope as we enter. "From the courthouse. Inside is a certified copy of the judgment against Savannah, along with a restraining order preventing her from coming near my home or accessing any of my medical equipment or documents. Think she'll actually stay away? She better," Jordan says, "unless she wants to add violation of a court order to her record." My phone buzzes, a text from Mom. "I hope you're happy. Savannah's influencer contracts are all cancelling. You've ruined her career." I show Jordan the message. She snorts. "Pretty sure Savannah ruined her own career by broadcasting her crimes on social media." "They'll never see it that way," I say, blocking Mum's number too. "In their world, I'm still the villain for not letting her steal from me. Their world sounds exhausting." It was. I look around my new apartment, my space, my rules, my life. But I'm not living there anymore. Jordan helps me unpack boxes while we order takeout. As we're sorting through papers, she pulls out a familiar blue placard. "Your permit," she says. "Where do you want to keep it?" I take it, running my fingers over the surface. "Right here in my car, where it belongs, where only I can use it." "Speaking of cars," Jordan grins, "did you see Savannah's latest drama? Her insurance dropped her after the conviction. She's having to take the bus." Karma's not just a trending hashtag anymore, huh? We laugh and it feels good. Real laughter, not the forced kind I used to fake at family gatherings while watching Savannah steal pieces of my dignity. A knock at the door makes us both jump. It's Aunt Slaughter, holding a housewarming plant and wearing her signature knowing smile. "Thought you could use some company that doesn't gaslight you," she says, sweeping in. "Also, you might want to see this." She holds up her phone. Savannah's latest post is a tearful video about cancel culture and how unfair it is that actions have consequences. "The comments are savage," Zlata says gleefully. "Turns out people don't like influencers who steal from disabled relatives. Who knew?" "I knew," I say quietly. "I always knew. I just had to stop being afraid to say it out loud." "Well, say it as loud as you want now, dear. You've earned it." My phone buzzes again, an email from Officer Tran. "Case closed successfully. Permit fraud database updated. Subject flagged for future enforcement. Thank you for your courage in seeing this through." I show the others. Jordan raises her takeout container in a toast. "Two consequences," she says. "Two boundaries," Zlata adds. "To finally being heard," I finish. Later, after they've gone, I stand in my new doorway looking at my car in its designated spot. No more fighting for access. No more explaining why I need what I need. No more watching someone else treat my disability like their convenience. My phone lights up with a final text from Dad. "Family should forgive." I type back, "Family should respect. I choose peace over toxic forgiveness. Goodbye." Then I block his number too. Inside my apartment, my space, my rules, my boundaries, I put my permit where it belongs, in my car, for my use only, where it will stay. They called me too sensitive. Maybe I was, but sensitivity taught me to feel what was wrong, and strength taught me to fix it. I hope it haunts them, knowing the quiet girl finally learned to roar, but more importantly, I hope it heals me, knowing I finally learned to choose myself.
The email glowed on my screen like a digital slap to the face. "Thanks for the invite to your parents' anniversary party. Can't wait to see the whole family there." I blinked, read it again. My cousin Sydney had always been sweet, but this had to be a mistake. I hadn't heard anything about an anniversary party, let alone sent invitations for one. "My name is Brianna, and I built a multi-million-dollar wellness empire from the ground up. But right now, sitting in my corner office overlooking downtown, I felt like that awkward teenager again. The one always left out of family gatherings because I made my sister Lauren uncomfortable. "Vera," I called out, my voice sharper than intended. My assistant appeared instantly, tablet in hand. What can I find for you? My parents' anniversary party. What do you know about it? Vera's face did that thing where she tries to hide her discomfort. I actually intercepted some emails about that last week. I was waiting for the right moment to tell you. Show me. She pulled up an email thread on my monitor. There it was. Correspondence between my mother and the manager of the Grand Ballroom, a venue I'd helped secure for multiple corporate events in the past. Just don't let her find out who booked the space, my mother had written. You know how Brianna gets when she's not in control of everything. My fingers curled into fists. They used my corporate discount, didn't they? Vera nodded slowly. They did, and Lauren's handling the planning. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. Of course she is. She's still living at home, playing event planner between temp jobs, while I'm just the daughter who... I stopped myself. Pull up the guest list. Brianna, maybe we should... The guest list, Vera. She pulled it up. 200 names. Extended family, old neighbors, my parents' golf club friends, Lauren's boyfriend Anthony, everyone except me. My phone buzzed. Another email from Sydney. Just saw the most beautiful centerpieces Lauren picked out. The roses match the invitation cards perfectly. I closed my eyes, memories flooding back. Lauren crying at my college graduation because I'd stolen her thunder by graduating summa cum laude the same week she got a participation certificate in community theater. Mom consoling her at my company launch party because my success made Lauren feel invisible. Dad staying silent through it all, nursing his scotch. They're really doing this, I said quietly. They're celebrating 40 years of marriage by pretending their eldest daughter doesn't exist. What are you going to do? Vera asked. I opened my eyes, picked up my phone, and dialed a number. Gage, it's Brianna. Quick question about the Grand Ballroom. Is it still available for events? His response made my heart skip. Funny you should ask. The owner's actually looking to sell. Quietly, of course. Why? You interested? I caught my reflection in the window. Power suit, perfect posture, eyes blazing. Maybe. Send me the details? Will do, though... He paused. Isn't that where your family's having their anniversary thing next month? So he knew. Of course he knew. Is it? I wouldn't know. I wasn't invited. Silence on the line, then, I'll send you everything within the hour. And Brianna? Sometimes the best revenge isn't getting even. It's getting ahead. After hanging up, I turned to Vera. Cancel my afternoon. We have work to do. Are you sure about this? She asked, but she was already clearing my schedule. They want to use my connections while excluding me? Fine, but they're about to learn that Karma has a corner office. I smiled, feeling a plan take shape. And she just got very, very interested in real estate. My phone buzzed again, another family member gushing about the upcoming party. I let it ring. They'd all been so careful to keep this from me, whispering behind my back, probably laughing about how the mighty CEO was finally put in her place. But they'd forgotten one crucial detail. I didn't get where I am by letting people walk all over me. And I definitely didn't build an empire by playing by other people's rules. Vera, I said, standing up, get me everything you can on the Grand Ballroom's financials and find out who's handling the catering for the anniversary party. She nodded, already typing. What should I tell them if they ask who's inquiring? I picked up my coat, heading for the door. Tell them it's the new owner. They just don't know it yet. The current owner wants to sell fast, Gage said, sliding a folder across his mahogany desk. Family emergency. They're motivated. I flipped through the paperwork, my heart racing despite my calm exterior. And they're willing to be discreet? For the right price? He leaned back in his chair. They'll tap dance in silence. The numbers were steep, but nothing I couldn't handle. Success had its perks, even if my family saw it as a character flaw. I remembered Mom's voice at Christmas. Not everyone needs to be a CEO, dear. Some of us are happy with simpler things. How fast can we close? I asked. Gage's eyes sparkled. That depends. How fast do you want to own the place where your family's throwing their party without you? Yesterday? He laughed. I figured. My team's already drafted the paperwork. We can have keys in your hand by Friday. My phone buzzed. Lauren posting another party update on Instagram. I ignored it. One condition, I said, pulling out my pen. No one knows about the sale until I say so. Not the staff, not the current bookings, no one. Done. He pushed the contract forward. Though I have to ask, what exactly are you planning? Justice. I signed my name with a flourish. Served at room temperature. Back at the office, Vera had assembled a detailed timeline of the party preparations. Lauren's been working with the venue's event coordinator directly, she reported. They're planning something big for the speeches portion. Speeches? Your mother's writing one. Want to see the draft? I nodded, and Vera pulled up a document on her tablet. My phone buzzed again, this time a text from Gage. You might want to see what they've written in the event speech drafts. Check attachment B. I frowned. Vera, where did you get the speech draft? It was in the venue's shared planning folder. Why? I opened Gage's attachment. There it was, the same document, but with comment histories visible. My blood ran cold as I read through the revision notes. Let's focus on Lauren's achievements, Mom had written. No need to mention Brianna's business success. It might make things awkward. Lauren's response, maybe just say she's too busy to attend? Everyone knows how she is. A memory hit me. Age 16, winning the state debate championship. Coming home to find my trophy accidentally broken, Lauren crying because I'd embarrassed her in front of her friends by being such a show-off. Vera, I said quietly, call the venue staff. Schedule a meeting for tomorrow morning. Tell them their new owner wants to discuss some changes to upcoming events. What kind of changes? I smiled. The kind that remind people to be careful what they wish for. That evening, I sat in my penthouse, nursing a glass of wine and scrolling through old family photos. There we were at Lauren's college graduation. Me in the background, deliberately blurred in the family portrait because my new company had just made the news. My phone rang. Sydney. I just found out, she said without preamble, about you not being invited. It's wrong, Brie. But not surprising. Lauren's being horrible about it. Keeps saying things like, finally, an event where I can shine without competition. I took another sip of wine. How's Mom handling the planning? Oh, you know her. Everything has to be perfect. She's using your business connections left and right, bragging about how her daughter's success opened doors. Sydney paused, just not mentioning which daughter. Interesting. I walked to my window looking out at the city lights. Tell me, Sid, how do you think they'd react if they knew I now own those doors? Silence, then a laugh. You didn't. I did. As of Friday, the grand ballroom is mine. Holy shit, Brie. More silence. What are you going to do? I thought about all the times I dimmed my light to make Lauren comfortable. All the achievements I couldn't celebrate because they made my family uncomfortable. I'm going to give them exactly what they want. A night they'll never forget. They'll lose their minds. That's the plan. I finished my wine. But first, I need to see those speech drafts in full. Think you can help? Already on it. Check your email in 10 minutes. She hesitated. Just be careful, okay? You know how Mom gets when she feels humiliated. I thought about the years of subtle humiliation I'd endured, the constant minimizing of my achievements, the way they used my success while pretending I was the family embarrassment. Don't worry, I said. I learned from the best. After hanging up, my phone lit up with a text from Gage. Dinner tomorrow? I have some interesting information about your mother's special anniversary surprise. I smiled, typing back. Perfect. I have some surprises of my own to discuss. Your mother's speech is quite something, Gage said, sliding his phone across the restaurant table. The part about knowing when to slow down is particularly creative. I scanned the full draft, each word like a paper cut. Mom had crafted a masterpiece of passive-aggressive storytelling, weaving Lauren's minor achievements, a freelance gig here, a community theatre role there, into a grand narrative of family success. And here, I pointed to a paragraph, she actually uses my company's charitable initiatives as if they were family projects. The Wellness Center for Underprivileged Women? The one I built after they told me I was showing off by helping people. I took a long sip of wine. Now it's apparently a family commitment to community service. Gage's phone buzzed. Speaking of family, have you seen this? He pulled up a local lifestyle blog. There was Lauren, perfectly posed in a coffee shop, being interviewed about the upcoming celebration. The headline made my stomach turn. Local event planner creates dream anniversary for parents. My sister couldn't make it, Lauren was quoted saying, but she's probably busy being a boss somewhere. You know how it is with career-obsessed people. Career-obsessed, I repeated, the words bitter on my tongue. As opposed to what? Professionally unemployed? There's more, Gage said quietly. Keep reading. Lauren had gone on to describe how she'd single-handedly arranged everything, including securing the prestigious venue through family connections. She'd even taken credit for the charitable donation aspect, the standard percentage of event costs my company always gave to local causes. My phone lit up with a text from Vera. Meeting with legal in 10 minutes. They want to discuss potential ramifications. I need to go, I told Gage. Apparently, my lawyers are nervous. He caught my hand as I stood. Brianna, are you sure about this? Once you do this, there's no going back. They crossed that bridge when they decided to use my success while erasing me from the family narrative. The law firm's conference room was all mahogany and disapproval. Richard, my head counsel, looked like he'd swallowed something sour. You could humiliate them legally, sure, he said, adjusting his tie. But are you prepared to end all ties forever? They ended those ties, I replied. I'm just making it official. At least let us draft a cease and desist about using your company's name. No, I stood up. I want them to keep using it. I want them to build their perfect little narrative, because when I walk into that ballroom as the owner, every name they dropped, every connection they claimed, every achievement they co-opted becomes part of my story, not theirs. Back in my office, Sydney called. There's something you need to know, she said, her voice shaking, about that internship you tried to arrange for Lauren 10 years ago. I remembered it clearly. A perfect opportunity at a top PR firm. Lauren had bombed the interview spectacularly, showing up late and unprepared. Mom told her to tank it, Sydney said. Said if Lauren got the job, she'd be pulled into your shadow forever. Better to fail on her own terms than succeed in your world. The room seemed to tilt. How do you know this? I overheard them planning it. Mom convinced Lauren you were only offering it to show her up, that you wanted her to fail. A knock at my door interrupted us. Vera stood there, holding a box. Someone anonymously dropped this at reception, she said. You need to see what's inside. I opened the box while still on the phone with Sydney. Inside were childhood photos, dozens of them. Family vacations, school events, holidays. In every single one, my face had been methodically scratched out. What is it? Sydney asked, hearing my sharp intake of breath. Just Mom being Mom, I said, picking up a destroyed photo of my high school graduation. Hey, remember how she always said I was too focused on success to care about family memories? Yeah? Looks like she's been focusing on erasing those memories for years. I closed the box. Tell me something, Sid. The anniversary party. Are they serving champagne? Cases of it. Why? I thought about the vintage bottles in the ballroom's cellar, now my cellar, because I just decided to upgrade their order. If they want to toast to family loyalty, They should at least do it with the good stuff. Brianna, don't worry, I said, a plan crystallizing. I'm not going to crash their party. Shh. I hung up and turned to Vera. Call the ballroom staff, tell them to replace all the champagne with the reserve collection, and have them prepare the main microphone for a special announcement. What kind of announcement? I looked at the box of mutilated photos. The kind that turns family secrets into public statements. The security feed from the ballroom filled my office monitor. Lauren stood center stage, directing workers like a general commanding troops. Mom hovered nearby, adjusting flower arrangements that were already perfect. The lighting needs to be softer, Lauren complained. More romantic. This isn't a business conference. I smirked at the irony. She was standing directly under the new crystal chandelier I'd ordered installed last week. The workers glanced at each other, probably wondering why the owner's renovation choices were being criticized by an event planner. Turn up camera 3, I told Vera, who was controlling the feed. I want to see Dad. There he was, looking uncomfortable in the corner, checking his phone. Classic Dad, always present but never really there. The man who taught me about business by showing me exactly what not to do. Stay quiet, avoid conflict, let others write your story. My office phone rang. Ms. Morrison, your father is here to see you. Speak of the devil. Send him in. Dad entered, looking older than I remembered. Brianna, you're looking well. Cut the small talk, Dad. What do you want? He shifted, eyes darting around my office. There are rumors about changes at the ballroom. Your name came up. Did it? That's interesting, considering my name was deliberately left off the guest list. About that, he cleared his throat. Your mother thought that it would be easier to use my connections if I wasn't there to complicate things? I pulled out the box of defaced photos. Like she's been doing for years? His face paled at the photos. Where did you get those? Does it matter? What matters is that while you were avoiding conflict, your wife was literally scratching me out of family history. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. I stood up. I understand that next week things are going to change. Dramatically. What does that mean? I smiled. It means you might want to prepare Mom for some surprises at her perfect party. After he left, Sydney called again. They're getting nervous. Lauren keeps saying things are going too smoothly. Good. I watched the security feed as Lauren obsessed over place settings. How's Mom handling it? Alternating between bragging about the venue and complaining that you've never appreciated family enough to host events here yourself. I laughed. If she only knew. There's something else, Sydney said, her voice dropping. I found more photos in Mom's study, recent ones. She's been documenting all your press coverage, your company's success, but there are notes in the margins, cruel ones. Let me guess, about how I'm destroying the family dynamic with my ambition? Worse, she's been keeping a list of every time your success made Lauren feel bad, like she's building a case against you. My other line beeped. Vera. I have to go, Sid. Keep me posted. I switched lines. What is it? Someone's here, Vera said urgently, with a delivery you need to see. A minute later, she entered carrying a thick manila envelope. Inside was a stack of papers, old emails, text messages, and handwritten notes, all documenting years of deliberate exclusion, manipulation, and sabotage. Who sent this? The card just says they're not as untouchable as they think. I recognized Lauren's boyfriend Anthony's handwriting. Interesting. The man who'd been smugly watching this family drama unfold had finally picked a side. My phone buzzed with a text from Gage. Ownership change hits the papers tomorrow morning. Last chance to reconsider. I typed back, perfect timing. They should know who owns the stage before they try to perform on it. Looking back at the security feed, I watched Lauren direct the staff to hang a banner, celebrating 40 years of perfect love. Perfect. Right. I picked up my phone again. Vera, call the printer. I want to make some changes to their banner and get me the guest list. It's time to send out some special VIP notifications. What kind of notifications? The kind that lets certain guests know they might want to bring cameras. I smiled, watching Lauren fuss over the seating chart. After all, this is going to be a very memorable evening. My phone buzzed again. A message from Mom to the family group chat I was still mysteriously part of. Everything's coming together beautifully. This will be a night that truly represents our family values. I typed a response, then deleted it. She was right about one thing. It would definitely represent their values, just not in the way she imagined. Vera, I called out, get me the ballroom's event manager. It's time to brief the staff on some changes to the evening's program. What should I tell them? I looked at the box of mutilated photos, the stack of documented betrayals, and the security feed showing my family building their perfect celebration on the foundation of my excluded success. Tell them the owner is finally coming to claim her stage. The staff has been briefed, the event manager reported, standing nervously in my office, though some have concerns about the unusual requests, such as the modified banner, the champagne switch, the special entrance queue. She shifted uncomfortably. Ms. Lauren has been very specific about how everything should run. I'm sure she has. I handed her an envelope. Here's your new script for the evening. Memorize it. She peeked inside, eyes widening. But Ms. Lauren's introduction speech will no longer be necessary. I smiled. Unless she'd like to introduce the owner of the venue instead. After she left, Gage arrived carrying a thick file. Tomorrow's business section. They're running the ownership announcement on the front page. Perfect timing. Lauren's been calling the paper all morning, he said, settling into a chair, trying to get them to feature her party planning business in the society pages. I laughed. How's that working out? They're more interested in the mysterious new owner of the city's most prestigious venue. He paused. Speaking of which, your mother's been leaving messages with my office. Apparently, she's worried about last-minute changes to their contract. Is she now? I pulled up the security feed. Mom was pacing the ballroom, phone in hand. What kind of changes? The kind that happen when ownership changes hands. He leaned forward. Brianna, are you absolutely sure about this? Once you step onto that stage. They'll what? Stop inviting me to family events? Stop pretending I don't exist except when they need my connections? I gestured to the box of defaced photos. Look what they've already done. My phone buzzed. Lauren posting another Instagram story about the party preparations. The caption read, "When you single-handedly create the perfect celebration, event planner life, family first." Single-handedly, I muttered. Right. Sydney burst into my office out of breath. You need to see this. She thrust her phone at me. Mom's been writing a book. What? A self-help book about dealing with difficult family members who prioritize success over love. She's been using you as the main case study. I scrolled through the manuscript pages Sydney had photographed. Each chapter was a thinly veiled attack on my character, my choices, my success, all while painting Lauren as the embodiment of proper family values. When was she planning to publish this? She's announcing it at the party, right after her speech about family unity. I felt the last thread of hesitation snap. Vera! She appeared instantly. Yes? Move up the timeline. I want the ownership announcement to hit tonight, not tomorrow. But now, and call the ballroom. Tell them to prepare the presidential suite. I'll be getting ready there tomorrow. After everyone left, I sat watching the security feeds. Lauren was having another meltdown about the lighting. Mom was rehearsing her speech in a corner, practicing her fake tears. Dad was being dad, invisible and ineffective. My phone rang. Anthony, Lauren's boyfriend. I assume you got my package, he said without preamble. The documentation? Yes. Why? Because I'm tired of watching this circus. He sighed. Lauren, she's not well. Your mother's enabled her victim complex for years. Someone needs to end this cycle. And you chose now to develop a conscience? I chose now to pick the winning side. He paused. Check your email. I just sent you the video of Lauren practicing her surprise speech for tomorrow. The one where she announces she's taking over your foundation's community outreach program. Your mother's idea, of course. I checked the video. There was my sister, rehearsing lines about how she'd finally found her calling by elevating my foundation's work. Thank you, Anthony. This is helpful. Don't thank me. Just fix this mess. Some of us actually love her enough to want her to grow up. After hanging up, I called Gage. Change of plans, I said. I need you to be my +1 tomorrow night. I thought you weren't invited. I'm not, but the owner of the venue doesn't need an invitation to her own ballroom. He was quiet for a moment. You know this will be war. No, I replied, watching Mom practice her performance on the security feed. This will be a lesson in consequences. My phone buzzed one final time. The newspaper confirming the evening edition would lead with the ballroom's ownership change. I typed a quick message to Vera. Make sure every guest receives a copy of the paper as they arrive tomorrow. Let's give them something to discuss during cocktail hour. Tomorrow, they'd all learn what happens when you try to erase someone who owns the very ground you're standing on. And I had front row seats to the show. The presidential suite's mirror reflected back a woman in a black designer dress, power radiating from every carefully chosen detail. Gage whistled as he entered. You look ready for war, he said, adjusting his tie. Not war, justice. I checked my phone. The newspapers have been delivered to the reception area, stacked perfectly beside the guest book. Your mother's already called 6 people demanding to know what's going on. The ballroom's security feed showed chaos. Lauren was having a meltdown over the mysterious banner change, now reading Celebrating Family in all its truth. Mom was frantically trying to reach the venue manager, who, on my instructions, had become mysteriously unavailable. It's time, I said, slipping on my heels. Ready to crash a party? Lead the way, boss. We took the private elevator down. Through the service entrance, I could hear the murmur of 200 guests, the clink of champagne glasses, and Lauren's increasingly shrill voice trying to maintain control. Ladies and gentlemen, the event manager's voice rang out right on cue. If I could have your attention, please. Mom cut in. We're not ready for announcements yet. Please welcome the owner of the Grand Ballroom. The double doors swung open. I stepped into the spotlight, Gage at my side. The silence was deafening. Lauren dropped her champagne glass. It shattered, the sound echoing through the perfectly decorated space she'd spent months planning. Welcome, everyone, I said into the microphone that seemed to materialize in my hand. I hope you're enjoying the venue. I know I am. Mom's face went from confused to horrified as she spotted the newspapers being passed around. Dad seemed to shrink into his tuxedo. Brianna, Mom started, her voice sickly sweet. What a lovely surprise. Is it? I moved to center stage. Lovely as the surprise of finding out about this party through a cousin's email? Or lovely as the surprise of discovering my own mother's been writing a book about me? Gasps rippled through the crowd. Lauren started forward, but Anthony held her back, shaking his head slightly. You weren't invited, Lauren spat. This is my event. Actually, I smiled, it's mine. Everything in this building belongs to me now, including that lovely champagne you're all drinking, a special reserve I had brought up from my cellar. More murmurs. I spotted Sydney in the crowd, trying to hide her grin behind her hand. But please, I continued, don't let me interrupt the celebrations. I believe Mom was planning to give a speech, something about family values and unity. Mom stood frozen, her carefully rehearsed speech crumpling in her trembling hands. No? Then allow me. I nodded to Vera, who started the slideshow. Let's talk about family. The first image appeared on the massive screen, one of the childhood photos with my face scratched out. then another, and another. Mom's been quite the artist over the years, I said conversationally, though her latest work, that book manuscript about her difficult daughter, really shows her range. That's private, Mom finally found her voice. Like the private party you planned using my business connections? Or the private foundation work Lauren was planning to announce she's taking over? Lauren went pale. How did you? I own the building, remember? Every rehearsal, every planning session, every secret meeting, all captured on my security cameras. The crowd was riveted now, phones recording discreetly. I spotted at least 3 local journalists, invited by Lauren for publicity, now getting a very different story. But don't worry, I continued. I'm not here to ruin your perfect celebration. I'm here to enhance it. First, I've donated the entire cost of this event to my foundation's new program for family trauma survivors. And second, I pulled out an envelope. I'm giving you exactly what you wanted, a party without me in it. I opened the envelope, removing legal papers. This is a formal declaration severing all professional and personal ties with this family. No more connections to use, no more success to resent, no more daughter to erase from photos. You can't do this, Mom whispered. I already have. I turned to the crowd. The bar is open, the music is paid for, and the night is young. Please, enjoy celebrating this family's values. They've earned exactly the reputation they're about to receive. I started to leave, then paused. Oh, and Lauren? The lighting is perfect exactly as it is. I designed it myself. The crowd parted as Gage and I walked toward the exit. Behind us, chaos erupted. Lauren screaming, Mom crying, Dad finally trying to speak up too late. But I didn't look back. I'd learned long ago that the best revenge isn't watching them fall. It's walking away while they realize you've already won. You manipulative bitch, Lauren's voice rang through the ballroom as she charged after me. You always have to ruin everything. I turned slowly, aware of every phone camera trained on us. Do I? Or do I just refuse to let you ruin me? Ladies and gentlemen, Mom tried to salvage the situation, her society smile cracking. Perhaps we should move on to the dancing portion. No, I cut in. Let's hear what Lauren has to say. You've been practicing speeches, haven't you, sis? About taking over my foundation's work? Lauren's face flushed. That was supposed to be a surprise. Like the surprise of finding out you and Mom sabotaged that internship 10 years ago, or the surprise of discovering Mom's been writing a book painting me as the villain in her perfect family narrative. You don't understand, Mom stepped forward. We did it to protect her. From what? Success? Growth? Actually having to earn something for once? The crowd was dead silent now. Even the waiters had stopped moving, champagne trays frozen mid-service. You never understood family, Lauren spat. It was always about your next big achievement, your next headline. Really? I pulled out my phone. Should we read your Instagram posts from the last month? The ones taking credit for my business connections? Or maybe Mom's manuscript chapters about how I abandoned family values for corporate success, while she was using that same success to book this venue? Dad finally stepped forward. Brianna, please. No. I turned to him. You don't get to please me now. Not after staying silent while they scratched me out of photos, excluded me from events, and tried to steal my foundation's work. We didn't steal, Lauren started. Then what do you call announcing you're taking over my community outreach programs without even speaking to me? I gestured to the gathered crowd. You were going to stand right here and claim my work as your own, just like Mom was going to profit from a book demonizing me. A reporter stepped forward. Ms. Morrison, would you care to comment on... Actually, I would. I smiled. I wasn't invited to this party, so I came as the host. And as host, I have an announcement. Every dollar spent on this event has been matched and donated to establish a new wing of my foundation, specifically focused on helping people escape toxic family dynamics. More gasps. Mom swayed slightly. You're destroying this family, Lauren cried. No, Lauren, you and Mom did that years ago. I'm just refusing to play victim in your story anymore. Sydney appeared at my side. I have something to add. She pulled out her phone. Mom, want to explain these texts? The ones where you and Lauren plan to announce her taking over Brianna's foundation work? Or should we discuss the book contract you signed last week? Mom's face went ashen. How did you... I sent them, Anthony stepped forward, because this needs to end. Lauren, they've been enabling your jealousy for years, making you dependent, feeding your insecurities. Shut up, Lauren screamed. You don't know anything. I know everything, I said quietly. Every manipulated event, every sabotaged opportunity, every rewritten narrative. And now? I gestured to the recording phones. So does everyone else. An elderly guest spoke up. Deborah, is this true? Have you been doing this to your own daughter? Mom's perfect mask cracked completely. She made Lauren feel inferior. By succeeding? I laughed. No, Mom, you did that. By teaching her that someone else's success diminishes her worth, by making her believe she could only shine if I was erased. The papers, Dad suddenly said. The ownership announcement. You planned this. Like you planned this party without me? Yes. Consider it a lesson in consequences. Lauren lunged forward, but Anthony caught her arm. Don't, he warned. You've lost enough dignity tonight. I turned to the crowd one final time. The party will continue. The bar is open. But know this, every photo taken, every moment captured is now property of the venue. My venue. Use them wisely. As I walked toward the exit again, a reporter called out, Ms. Morrison, your family clearly didn't invite you. Why come at all? I stopped, turned, and delivered the line I'd been waiting all night to say, because sometimes the black sheep of the family needs to remind the wolves that she grew up to be a lion. The headlines the next day would call it the society event of the season, but not for the reasons my family had planned. And somewhere in the city, a manuscript about a difficult daughter would never see publication. Because sometimes the best revenge isn't telling your story, it's making them live it. The empty ballroom felt different in the quiet dawn. I sat at the bar, champagne in hand, watching the cleaning crew remove the last traces of last night's drama. I thought I'd find you here, Sydney said, sliding onto the stool beside me. Social media is on fire. Black sheep revenge is trending. Of course it is. I smiled tiredly. How's the family? Mom's had her phone off since the party. Lauren's posted 17 Instagram stories about betrayal and toxic success. Dad? She shrugged. Being Dad. So nothing's changed. Everything's changed. She pulled out her phone. Anthony sent me this. Lauren's finally agreed to see a therapist. Turns out watching yourself melt down in viral videos is quite motivating. The morning sun streamed through the windows, catching the crystal chandelier. My chandelier. Ms. Morrison? The event manager approached. The foundation representatives are here about the donation arrangements. Send them up to my office. I turned to Sydney. Want to help me plan something actually worth celebrating? Always. In my office, Gage was waiting with coffee and a stack of newspapers. You made quite a splash. Good. I picked up the top paper. Maybe now they'll understand. Success isn't a finite resource they needed to protect Lauren from. My phone buzzed. A text from Dad. I should have spoken up sooner. I'm sorry. Bit late for that, I muttered, but saved the message anyway. Vera entered with a folder. The foundation board loves your idea for the new program. They want to launch next week. Perfect. I signed the papers. Make sure the press release emphasizes the focus on family trauma and recovery. And Sydney? Yeah? You're joining the board. It's time someone in this family actually supported something worthwhile. A knock at the door. Anthony. Lauren's asking to see you, he said without preamble. She's different today. Quieter. No more screaming about family betrayal. More like finally facing some hard truths. He sat down. Your mother's book manuscript got leaked online. The comments, they're not kind. Truth rarely is. Brianna, Gage touched my arm. Maybe it's time to shift focus. You've made your point. Now you can build something new. I looked around my office. At Sydney, who'd always seen the truth. At Anthony, who'd chosen integrity over loyalty. At Gage, who'd helped me turn pain into power. You're right. I stood up. Vera, call the contractor. It's time to renovate this place. New name, new purpose. What are you thinking? The Phoenix Room, a place where people rise from the ashes of what tried to destroy them. My phone buzzed again. Lauren. I get it now. I'm sorry it took public humiliation to understand what private pain couldn't teach me. I showed the message to Anthony. He nodded. She means it. For the first time, I think she actually means it. Tell her, I paused. Tell her the Phoenix Room's first event will be a fundraiser for mental health awareness. She can help plan it, if she's willing to do it as herself, not as my replacement. Sydney grinned. Healing through event planning? That's either brilliant or crazy. Sometimes they're the same thing. I walked to the window. Besides, she needs to learn that success doesn't come from erasing others. It comes from building something of your own. The morning sun painted the city gold, promising a new day. Below, workers were already changing the venue's signage. My phone kept buzzing with messages, some supportive, some angry, all proof that truth, once spoken, can't be unspoken. So, Gage said, joining me at the window. Was it worth it? I thought about the scratched-out photos, the stolen opportunities, the years of calculated erasure. Then I thought about Lauren's text, Dad's apology, the Foundation's new direction. Ask me again when the Phoenix Room opens, I replied. When we're helping people turn their pain into purpose. And your mother? She can write whatever story she wants now. I'm done being her character. Sydney raised her champagne glass. To the black sheep who became a lion. No, I corrected, raising my own glass. To the truth that set her free. The sun climbed higher, washing away the last shadows of last night's revelations. Outside, a new sign caught the light. The Phoenix Room, rise above. Sometimes the best revenge isn't in the burning of bridges, but in building something better from the ashes. And sometimes the most powerful family isn't the one you're born into. It's the one you build from the pieces of your broken past. I looked at my newfound family gathered in my office and smiled. Let's get to work. We have some rising to do.
Growing up, our house felt like a military camp. My father, a college teacher, ran things very strictly. My older sister, Julie, was the perfect child, obedient, focused on school, and always trying to make everyone happy. I was the opposite, always testing the limits. Laura, sit up straight. My father would snap during dinner. A lady doesn't slouch. I'd roll my eyes, sit up, and then slouch again the moment he wasn't looking. It was a constant power struggle. My mother didn't say much, but she was just as strict. She would give me disapproving looks at my clothes or the friends I chose. What will the neighbors think? She would always ask. Even though home felt stifling, I found small ways to create my own space. I started dating Paul when I was 17. He was 20, and in college, everything my parents wouldn't want for me. We kept it secret, meeting whenever we could. For a while, I felt like things were finally going my way. I had plans to go to college and escape my parents' strict hold. But life had other plans. A few months after my 19th birthday, I started feeling sick in the mornings. At first, I thought it was stress from my upcoming exams, but soon I couldn't ignore it anymore. I still remember standing in a small gas station bathroom, holding a plastic pregnancy test in my shaky hands. One pink line appeared. Positive. I was pregnant. The next few days felt like a blur. I couldn't stop thinking about what to do. I knew I had to tell Paul, but every time I tried to call him, I lost my nerve. Finally, I couldn't avoid it any longer. We met at our usual spot, a small park away from everyone's eyes. Paul smiled when he saw me, but his smile quickly faded when he noticed my expression. "Laura, what's wrong?" he asked, reaching for my hand. I pulled away, hugging myself. "I'm pregnant," I blurted out. The silence that followed was heavy. Paul's face went through so many emotions: shock, disbelief, and finally, fear. "Are you sure?" he asked. I nodded, tears welling up in my eyes. I took 6 tests, and they were all positive. Paul ran his hands through his hair, his eyes suddenly cold. "You need to get rid of it. An abortion, Laura. It's the only option. We're too young for this. It'll ruin our lives." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. This was Paul, the boy I thought I loved, telling me to get rid of our baby like it was nothing. "Get out of my sight," I hissed, turning away from him. He left without another word, leaving me alone with the heavy decision I had to make. Telling my parents was even harder. I waited until after dinner, when my father was sitting in his usual spot in the living room, reading the newspaper. My mother was knitting and Julie was there too, standing in the background. "I have something to tell you," I said, my voice shaking. My father lowered the newspaper and looked at me suspiciously. "What is it, Laura?" he asked. I took a deep breath. "I'm pregnant." The reaction was worse than I could have imagined. My father's face turned red as he started yelling about shame and disappointment. My mother burst into tears, crying about what the neighbors would think. Julie just stood there, shocked and disgusted. "You'll get an abortion," my father said once he had calmed down enough to speak clearly. "We'll find a discreet clinic. No one has to know about this mistake." At first, I didn't want to listen, but the pressure from my family was too much. A few days later, I found myself sitting in a doctor's office. My mother and Julie sat beside me like guards. The doctor, a kind woman in her 50s, looked over my charts with a frown. Then she looked up at me, her eyes full of concern. "Laura, I need to tell you something important," she said gently. "Because of your medical history, if you have an abortion, there's a high chance you may never be able to have children again." Her words hit me hard. Never be able to have children again? Suddenly, the choice was clear. "No," I said, my voice stronger than I expected. "I'm not doing it. I'm keeping the baby." My mother gasped, and Julie rolled her eyes, but I stood my ground. The drive home was tense and silent. When we walked through the door, my father was waiting, expecting news. "Well," he demanded. "She wouldn't do it." My mother spat, frustrated. "After everything we've done for her," my father said, his face twisted with anger. He took a deep breath and then spoke, his voice cold and final. "Get out. Pack your things, and leave this house. You're no daughter of mine. I won't have you embarrassing this family with your condition," my father said, his voice cold. My mother nodded in agreement, her eyes hard. "You heard your father. Go." Julie just stood there, silent and judgmental. Tears ran down my face as I rushed to my room, grabbing some clothes and throwing them into a bag. As I headed for the door, my father's voice stopped me one last time. "And don't think about coming back. As far as we're concerned, you're dead to us." The door slammed behind me with a sound that felt final and devastating. I was alone, pregnant, and homeless. In desperation, I called the only person I thought might help, my Aunt Kelly. She and Uncle Scott had always been the outcasts of the family, living in another state and rarely talking to my parents. "Laura, what's wrong, sweetie?" Aunt Kelly's voice was warm and concerned. Through tears, I explained everything. There was a long pause after I finished. "Where are you now?" she finally asked. "Outside our house. They kicked me out." Another pause. "Stay right there. We're coming to get you." The drive to Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott's house was long, but it gave me time to think about everything that had happened. Their house was small but cozy. As soon as we arrived, Aunt Kelly fussed over me, making sure I ate something, while Uncle Scott carried my bag to the spare room, which would now be mine. "It's not much," he said, placing the bag down, "but it's yours for as long as you need it." I looked around the small, warm room and felt a lump in my throat. "It's perfect," I whispered. The next few weeks were a blur of doctor's appointments, talking about my future and getting used to my new life. One evening at dinner, Aunt Kelly spoke up. "We've been thinking," she said, "we want to help you continue your education." I looked up from my plate, surprised. "What do you mean?" Uncle Scott leaned forward. "We've saved some money over the years. We never had kids of our own, so we want to use it to help you go to college." I was speechless. After everything that had happened, the idea of going to college felt impossible. "I don't know what to say." "Say yes," Aunt Kelly smiled. "We believe in you, Laura. This baby doesn't mean the end of your dreams." With their support, I enrolled in a local community college, majoring in business management. It wasn't easy, juggling classes, doctor's appointments, and the challenges of pregnancy, but I was determined to make it work. I also found a job as a waitress at a local restaurant. The owner, Evelyn, was a kind woman who understood my situation and was flexible with my hours. It wasn't much, but it helped me save for the baby and contribute to Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott's household. The day my son was born was the most terrifying and beautiful day of my life. After hours of labor, I held him in my arms, amazed by his tiny fingers and toes. Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott stood nearby, smiling proudly like grandparents. "What are you going to name him?" Aunt Kelly asked softly. I looked down at my son, peacefully asleep in my arms. "Jack," I said. "It means God is my judge, because no matter what anyone else thinks, I know I made the right choice." As I adjusted to being a mother, juggling a newborn with college classes and work, I often thought about my parents and Julie. Did they know about Jack? Did they regret what they had done? But I pushed those thoughts aside. I had a new family now, one that accepted and loved me unconditionally. One day, during a rare break, I was scrolling through social media when a post caught my attention. It was from Julie. My heart skipped a beat as I read it, excited to announce that Paul and I are engaged. "Can't wait to start our life together." The photo showed Julie smiling, her arm around Paul, the same Paul who had abandoned me and our child. They looked so happy, like nothing had ever happened. A wave of emotions hit me: anger, hurt, and betrayal. But then I looked over at Jack, peacefully playing in his crib, and I realized something important. I didn't need their approval. I didn't need their love. Everything I needed was right here. The years went by quickly in a blur of diapers, textbooks, and late-night study sessions. My last semester was especially tough. I was taking extra classes to graduate on time, still working at the restaurant, and taking care of an energetic 5-year-old. Graduation day was filled with emotions. As I stood in line to receive my diploma, I looked into the crowd and saw Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott, beaming with pride. Jack sat on Uncle Scott's shoulders, waving excitedly whenever he caught my eye. The real surprise came later at the graduation party Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott threw for me. While we were celebrating, Evelyn, my boss from the restaurant, pulled me aside. "Laura, I have an offer for you," she said with a smile. "I'm looking for a new restaurant manager, and I think you'd be perfect for the job." I was shocked. "Me? But I've only been a waitress." Evelyn waved her hand, dismissing the thought. "You've been so much more than that. I've seen how you handle tough customers, how you organize the staff, and how you've balanced work, school, and motherhood. That's the kind of dedication and skill I need in a manager." It felt like a dream come true, a steady job with better pay and regular hours. It was exactly what Jack and I needed to start our new life. The next few years were full of positive changes. I threw myself into my new role at the restaurant, learning everything I could about management and business. Jack started school and grew into a smart, curious boy who loved to read and play baseball. It was at one of Jack's Little League games that I met Frank. He was there with his son, Tyler, who was playing on the other team. We started talking, and I was instantly drawn to his kind eyes and easy laugh. "Single dad?" I asked, noticing he was alone. He nodded, a sad smile crossing his face. "Widower, actually. Tyler's mom passed away when he was a baby." My heart ached for him. "I'm so sorry. That must be hard." "It is," he admitted, "but we manage." "How about you?" "Single mom." I laughed. Is it that obvious? Our relationship developed slowly. We were both careful, having been hurt before, and with our children in the picture, we didn't rush things. But as months passed, I found myself falling for Frank. He was kind and patient, and Jack adored him. A year after we met, Frank proposed. It wasn't anything dramatic, just a quiet moment in his backyard with our boys playing nearby. Our wedding was small and intimate, with only close friends and family. As I walked down the aisle with Jack proudly by my side as the ring bearer, I caught Aunt Kelly's eye. She was crying, but her smile was radiant. Life with Frank, Jack, and Tyler soon settled into a comfortable rhythm. A couple of years after our wedding, we were blessed with another addition to our family. Our daughter, Betty, was born on a warm spring morning. As I held her in my arms, with Frank, Jack, and Tyler gathered around the hospital bed, I felt a sense of completeness I had never known before. I loved all three of my children equally: Jack and Betty, my biological children, and Tyler, my stepson. Blood didn't matter. They were all my kids. One evening, Aunt Kelly was over helping with the kids when we were startled by a familiar voice coming from the TV. There, larger than life, were my parents. My father stood at a podium, waving to a cheering crowd. The ticker at the bottom of the screen read, "Adam Johnson announces his candidacy for mayor." My heart nearly stopped. It had been years since I had seen my parents, even if only on a screen. My father looked older, his hair grayer, but his eyes still had that same stern, determined look I remembered so well. As we watched him speak about family values and moral integrity, Aunt Kelly's face twisted with anger. "Hypocrites," she spat, her voice shaking with fury. I turned to her, shocked. "Aunt Kelly?" She took a deep breath, her eyes never leaving the screen. "There's something you need to know, Laura. Something they've kept hidden for years." "What?" I asked, confused. What she told me next shook me to my core. Many years ago, before Julie and I were born, my parents had their first child, a boy. But he was born with severe physical disabilities, without legs. Instead of loving and caring for him, they left him at the hospital, too afraid that he would embarrass them. I felt a whirlwind of emotions: shock, disbelief, and a deep sadness for the brother I never knew. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" I asked Aunt Kelly, my voice shaky. Her eyes filled with tears.
"I'm sorry, Laura."
"I should have, but after what your parents did to you, I didn't want to add to your pain." That night, after the kids were in bed, I made a decision. I needed to find my brother. With Frank's support, we hired a private investigator. Weeks went by, and finally, we had a lead. My brother was alive, and against all odds, he had thrived. He was a successful writer, married with kids of his own. He had been adopted by a wealthy family that had given him every chance to succeed. Meeting him for the first time was surreal. Even though he looked different, I could see parts of myself in his face. His name was Larry, and he greeted me with a warm smile and open arms. "I always knew I had a biological family out there somewhere," he said softly. "I just never thought I'd find a sister." Over the next few months, Larry and I became close. I introduced him to my family, and he welcomed us into his. His wife, Julie, a coincidence that made me laugh, and their 2 children became part of our extended family. 22nd years had passed since the day my parents kicked me out. Life had moved on, bringing both joy and sorrow. My oldest, Jack, was now 20 and had just started college on a baseball scholarship. I couldn't have been prouder of the man he was becoming. One lazy Tuesday afternoon, I was scrolling through news articles when a familiar face caught my eye. It was my father, looking older but still carrying that same air of self-importance. The headline read, "Mayor Adam Johnson discusses family values in exclusive interview." Curiosity got the better of me, and I clicked on the video. For a few minutes, I listened as my father talked about the importance of family and moral values. Then the interviewer asked about his children. My father's face softened into what I knew as his public sympathy look. "I have one daughter, Julie. She's the light of our lives. Tragically, we lost 2 of our children. The pain never goes away, but it's made our family stronger." For days, I seethed with quiet rage.
How dare they?
How dare they erase me and Larry, pretending to be tragic, sympathetic figures? Almost as if fate was stepping in, Larry called. "Laura, guess what? I'm doing a book signing in our hometown next week. It would mean the world to me if you could come. I wouldn't miss it for the world, I told him, a plan already forming in my mind. The following week, I found myself back in the city where I grew up. As I walked through the familiar streets, memories came rushing back, some good, but many painful. I pushed them aside, staying focused on what I needed to do. The book signing was being held in the grand ballroom of the city's most prestigious hotel. As I entered, I realized Larry hadn't been exaggerating. Half the town seemed to be there. Local celebrities, business leaders, and politicians were all mingling, waiting for the event to start. And there, in the front row, sat my parents and Julie. My father, now the mayor, looked every bit the part of a distinguished politician. My mother, elegantly dressed, smiled and nodded at people she knew. Julie sat beside them. They hadn't noticed me yet. I found a seat near the back, my heart pounding so loudly I thought everyone could hear it. Larry rolled onto the stage in his wheelchair to loud applause. He looked confident and comfortable in the spotlight. As he began talking about his book and his life, I saw my parents nodding, trying to look sympathetic. I was born with a severe disability, Larry said. No legs and other health issues. My biological parents abandoned me at the hospital, unable or unwilling to care for me. I watched my father closely, but his expression didn't change. No recognition, no shame, just the practiced look of a politician showing concern for someone else's story. It's a sad story, Larry continued. But I was lucky. I was adopted by a wonderful family who gave me every opportunity to succeed. Still, I always wondered about my birth family, who they were, and why they gave me up. The room was completely silent. Everyone focused on Larry as he spoke. My heart raced, knowing the moment that would change everything was coming. Then Larry smiled, his eyes sparkling with a mix of humor and determination. But that's not the end of my story, he said. You see, I found my family. My sister Laura is here today. He turned toward me, extending his hand. Laura, would you join me on stage? A gasp spread through the audience as I stepped into the spotlight. Many faces showed recognition. After all, I had grown up in this town. But the most dramatic reactions were in the front row. My parents' faces went pale, their expressions shifting between shock, fear, and realization. Julie looked like she had seen a ghost. They knew their carefully built image was about to fall apart. My parents stood quickly, clearly planning to make a fast exit, but I wasn't about to let them escape the truth again. Mom, Dad, please stay, I called out. My voice echoing through the now silent room. I think it's time we had an honest conversation, don't you? My parents froze, trapped by the eyes of the entire audience. Slowly, reluctantly, they sat back down. I took a deep breath. Many of you knew me growing up. You knew my family. But there's a lot you didn't know, a lot that's been hidden for far too long. And then I told them everything. How my parents had abandoned Larry at the hospital because they were ashamed of his physical differences. How they had hidden his existence, building their reputation on lies. And then, history repeated itself. I continued, my voice growing stronger. When I got pregnant at 19, they didn't offer support or understanding. They demanded I have an abortion, even though doctors warned it could leave me infertile. When I refused, they kicked me out pregnant, alone, and abandoned, all to protect their perfect image. Gasps and whispers spread through the crowd. I saw people's disgusted looks aimed at my parents, who seemed to shrink in their seats. For years, I've heard them talk about family values and morality, I said, my voice full of emotion. But their actions tell a different story. They abandoned 2 of their children when we needed them the most. They erased us from their lives to keep up their perfect image. The room erupted into chaos. People were shouting, some at my parents, others at each other. Journalists, who had come for a simple book signing, were now furiously taking notes or speaking into their phones. In the middle of the uproar, I locked eyes with my father. The man who had once seemed so powerful in my childhood now looked small and defeated. My mother was openly crying, and Julie sat frozen, her face filled with shock and confusion. In the days that followed, the story blew up. It was all over the local news, then the national news. My father's political career crumbled overnight. The man who had preached about integrity and family values was exposed as a hypocrite. His position as mayor became impossible to hold, and within a week, he resigned, citing personal reasons. But everyone knew the truth. The college where he had taught quickly distanced themselves, firing him. Amidst all the chaos, one thing became clear: my sister Julie made her choice. She stood firmly by our parents, refusing to face the truth. During a brief phone call, she hissed, "You've ruined everything.
Don't contact me again.
You're dead to me, just like you're dead to Mom and Dad." But life has a way of surprising you when you least expect it. A few days later, I got a call from a number I hadn't seen in over 22 years. It was Paul, Julie's husband, and the father of my eldest son. "Laura," he said, his voice hesitant and almost shy. "I've been thinking about us, about what happened. Julie and we can't have children. And I thought, well, we have a son together. Maybe we could be a family." I couldn't help but laugh. "Paul, you made your choice 22 years ago. You left me when I was pregnant with your child. You married my sister, and now just because you can't have children with her, you think you can come back to me? No, that's not how it works." "But Laura."
No, Paul.
"I have a wonderful husband and a beautiful family. I don't need you, and I certainly don't want you."
Goodbye.
I hung up, feeling a sense of closure I didn't know I needed. But the surprises didn't stop there. The next day, I got another unexpected call, this time from Paul's parents. "Laura," a tentative voice asked. "This is Lauren, Paul's mother.
We just found out about Jack."
Is it true? Do we have a grandson?" The conversation that followed was emotional and eye-opening. Paul and my parents had told them I'd had an abortion and run away. They'd spent years believing their grandchild never existed. "We'd like to meet him," Lauren said, her voice trembling. "If that's okay with you. Of course, we understand if you don't want us in your lives." I thought for a moment. Paul's parents weren't responsible for what Paul did or for the lies my parents told. They had been deceived too. "Okay," I said finally. "I'll talk to Jack and see if he's open to meeting you." The meeting between Jack and his grandparents went surprisingly well. There were tears, hugs, and lots of catching up. Jack, always kind-hearted, welcomed them with open arms. In the months that followed, life settled into a new normal. Larry and his family became a regular part of our lives, filling our home with laughter and love. Aunt Kelly and Uncle Scott doted on all the grandchildren, biological or not. As for my parents and Julie, I only heard bits and pieces about them. They had moved away, trying to escape the scandal. Part of me felt sorry for them, but I knew I had done the right thing by telling the truth.
The number glared at me from my phone screen. 0 I blinked hard, refreshed the banking app and checked again. Still 0. My hand started shaking as I scrolled through the transaction history, stopping at a single withdrawal that had drained every penny of my savings. My name is Lucille, and I just discovered my parents had stolen my entire life savings, 47,892 to fund my brother's startup. "It's only temporary, darling." My mother's voice dripped with that familiar condescension as she perched on our living room sofa, sipping her afternoon tea like we were discussing the weather. "Adrian's company needs the capital right now. He'll pay it back once Synchrowave takes off." "You had no right," I managed to say through clenched teeth. "That was my money. I worked 3 jobs through college for that savings." "Oh, please," she waved her hand dismissively. "You're smart enough to find a rich husband. That's a much better investment than whatever little nest egg you were building." My father sat quietly in his armchair, pretending to read the newspaper. Classic Frank Ward behaviour. Always letting my mother do the dirty work while he played passive observer. "Did you even consider asking me first?" I demanded, my voice rising. "Or does Adrian's latest genius idea automatically trump my basic right to my own money?" "Now, Lucille," my father finally spoke up, his tone placating. "Your brother has real vision. This could be huge for the family. We are all in this together." I laughed bitterly. Together? Like when Adrian crashed his third car and you bought him a new one, while I had to take the bus to my minimum wage job? Or when you spent my college fund on his failed record label? That's different, my mother snapped. Adrian has entrepreneurial spirit. You've always been practical, safe, better suited for supporting roles. The words hit like physical blows, but they weren't new. I'd heard variations of this my entire life. Adrian was the star, the golden child, the one with potential. I was just there, the reliable daughter, the backup plan. Where is he? I asked quietly. Where's Adrian right now? My mother's expression brightened. He's in Aspen meeting potential investors, making real connections. You should see the presentation deck he put together. It's absolutely... Stop. I held up my hand. Just stop. I want my money back. Now. Don't be difficult, Lucille. This is family. Family? I walked to the massive fireplace, staring at the photos arranged on the mantel. Adrian's graduation, Adrian's startup launch party. Adrian. Funny how family only matters when you need something from me. My father cleared his throat. Your mother's right. Think of the bigger picture. Once Synchrowave takes off, I corrected, if it takes off, and if it doesn't, what then? It will, my mother said firmly. Adrian knows what he's doing. I turned to face them both. When will I get my money back? They exchanged a look I knew too well. My mother set down her teacup. Well, darling, these things take time. Perhaps 6 months? A year at most? A year? My voice cracked. That was my down payment for an apartment. My emergency fund. Everything I've saved since I was 16. Oh, please, my mother rolled her eyes. You can stay here as long as you need. We've always said that. Though, honestly, at your age, you should be focused on finding a husband, not playing at independence. Something snapped inside me. Years of swallowed words and buried resentment burst through the dam of my patience. I walked to the stairs without another word. Where are you going? My mother called after me. To pack. Don't be dramatic, Lucille. I threw clothes into my suitcase with shaking hands, grabbed my laptop and essential documents. 10 minutes later, I walked back downstairs with everything I owned in 2 bags. This is childish, my mother said. Where will you even go? I paused at the door, looking back at them one last time. My father still hadn't moved from his chair. My mother stood with her arms crossed, more annoyed than concerned. You know what's funny? I said quietly. You're so convinced Adrian's the smart one. You never bothered to notice I graduated top of my class, that I've been developing my own software for 2 years, that I'm actually good at what I do. Lucille, my father started. Keep the money, I cut him off. Consider it the last thing you'll ever take from me. I walked out into the cool evening air, got into my car and drove away from the house I grew up in. My hands had stopped shaking. For the first time in my life, I felt completely clear about what I needed to do. They wanted me to find a rich husband? Fine, I'd make myself rich instead. Another double shot, Lucille? Marco slid the espresso across the cafe counter before I could answer. 6 months into my new life, and he already knew my schedule better than I did. You're a lifesaver. I grabbed the cup and hurried to my usual corner table, where my laptop waited. 3 hours until my shift at the tech support centre started, just enough time to work on my project. My phone buzzed. Mum again. 7th call this week. I silenced it without looking at the screen and pulled up my code. Girl, you look like death warmed over. Freya dropped into the chair across from me, her marketing textbooks thudding onto the table. When's the last time you slept? Sleep is for people who haven't had their life savings stolen, I muttered, taking another sip of espresso. Have you seen this? Freya thrust her tablet in front of my face. On the screen was a glossy photo of Adrian in a designer suit, standing in front of Synchrowave's new downtown office. The headline read, "Tech's Rising Star. Adrian Ward revolutionizes data management." "That's my money he's wearing," I said, pushing the tablet away. "And his revolutionary idea is basically just a prettier version of existing software." "Show me what you're working on instead," Freya said, scooting her chair around to my side. I turned my laptop toward her, displaying lines of code and wireframe mock-ups. It's an AI-driven data visualization tool, but instead of just pretty graphics, it actually learns from user behavior to predict and suggest optimal data patterns. "See these algorithms here? They—" "English, please," Freya interrupted with a laugh. "Marketing major, remember?" "It makes big data actually useful for normal people," I simplified. "And it works. I just need time to perfect it." "And money," Freya added quietly. "Working on it." I pulled up my budget spreadsheet. Between my tech support job and weekend web development gigs, I was slowly rebuilding my savings. Very slowly. The cafe door chimed, and I looked up to see my Aunt Athena walk in. She spotted us and made her way over, elegant as always in her business suit. "Ladies," she greeted, sitting down, "how's my favourite goddaughter?" "I'm your only goddaughter," I reminded her. "Details." She waved her hand dismissively. The same gesture as my mother, but somehow warmer. "I saw the article about Adrian. Join the club. I also saw your prototype demo." She raised an eyebrow at my surprised look. "I still have contacts in the tech sector, dear. Your idea has potential. Real potential." "Too bad potential doesn't pay for development costs," I sighed. Athena pulled out a business card and slid it across the table. "There's a tech incubator accepting applications next month. The director owes me a favour, but—" She held up a finger as I reached for the card. "Your mother can't know I'm helping you. Felicity would never forgive me for enabling your rebellion." "You mean my attempt at independence?" I took the card, studying the embossed logo. Same thing in her world. Athena's phone buzzed. "I have to run, but Lucille—" She caught my eye. "You're better than they think you are. Remember that." After she left, Freya grabbed my arm. "This is huge. The incubator could give you everything you need. Funding, mentorship, connections. If they accept me. They will." Freya's confidence was infectious. "And I'm coming with you. You need a marketing director, and I need a job that doesn't involve selling my soul to corporate America." My phone buzzed again. This time it was a text from Adrian. "Hey, sis, heard you moved out. Mum's pretty upset. Call her?" I showed Freya the message. "First time he's contacted me in 6 months." "Ignore him," she said firmly. "Focus on the incubator application. This is your chance." I looked at my code, then at Adrian's text, then at the incubator's card. 6 months of working double shifts, sleeping on Freya's couch, and coding until my eyes burned. 6 months of ignored calls and swallowed pride. "You know what?" I started typing furiously. "I'm going to do more than apply. I'm going to build something so good they can't ignore it." "That's my girl," Freya high-fived me. "Operation Revenge Success is officially launched." "Don't call it that." I laughed, but my fingers kept moving across the keyboard, lines of code flowing faster now. The prototype was good, but it could be better. I would make it better. My phone buzzed one final time. A text from Athena. "The director wants to meet next week. Don't tell your mother." I smiled and kept coding. They wanted me to marry rich? I had a better idea. I was going to build my own empire instead. The charity gala buzzed with Silicon Valley's elite, all designer dresses and practiced laughs. I adjusted my simple black dress, the nicest thing I could afford, and tried to look like I belonged. After 18 months of grinding, SparkLens was finally launching, and these people were potential clients. Stop fidgeting, Freya whispered, appearing beside me with 2 champagne flutes. You look amazing, and your company is about to change the game. Tell that to them. I nodded toward a group of investors crowded around someone I couldn't see. Their excited voices carried across the room. Revolutionary, unprecedented, genius. The crowd parted, and my stomach dropped. Adrian stood in the center, radiating confidence in a custom suit that probably cost more than my monthly rent. He was gesturing enthusiastically, champagne sloshing in his glass. And that's why Synchrowave is the future of data management, he announced. We're not just disrupting the market, we're redefining it. The investors ate it up. I took a large sip of champagne. Is that, Freya started, my brother? Yeah. I turned away, but not before catching a glimpse of my parents hovering nearby, beaming with pride. They hadn't noticed me yet. Lucille? A familiar voice made me turn. Aunt Athena approached, elegant as ever. I didn't expect to see you here. Sparklands got an invitation after the incubator showcase, I explained. I couldn't exactly say no. Good. She lowered her voice. Because Marcus Reynolds is here. Yes, that Marcus Reynolds. And he's looking for new investment opportunities. My heart jumped. Reynolds was legendary in tech circles. His backing could fast-track everything we'd been working toward. He's by the bar, Athena continued. Go introduce yourself. Now. I handed my empty glass to Freya and made my way across the room. But before I could reach the bar, a familiar figure stepped into my path. Excuse me, miss, but... Wait! Adrian squinted at me. Lucille? Is that you? The fact that he had to double-check my identity said everything about our relationship. Hello, Adrian. I kept my voice neutral. Congratulations on your success. Thanks. It's been incredible. We just closed another funding round. 7 million. Can you believe it? He didn't wait for an answer. But, hey, where have you been? Mum's been worried sick. Working, I said simply. Building my own company, actually. He blinked. You started a company? Like a real company? Sparklands. We're launching next month. I gestured to where Freya was talking to some developers. That's my team over there. Oh. He looked confused. I thought you were still doing tech support or whatever. Does Mom know about this? Mom doesn't know anything about my life anymore, I said coolly. Excuse me. I need to speak with someone. I tried to step around him, but he caught my arm. Wait, Luce. Look, about the money thing. I know Mum and Dad shouldn't have done that without asking. But it worked out, right? Synchrowave is crushing it. Before I could respond, I overheard 2 investors behind us. Heard they're hemorrhaging cash. Smoke and mirrors. Second mortgage on their house just to keep it afloat. Adrian's grip on my arm tightened slightly. His smile remained fixed, but I saw panic flash in his eyes. Everything okay? I asked innocently. Perfect. He released my arm. Never better. We're actually about to announce a major partnership. Revolutionary stuff. Interesting. I spotted Marcus Reynolds finally alone at the bar. Good luck with that. I left Adrian standing there and approached the bar. Reynolds looked up as I arrived. Mr. Reynolds, I'm Lucille, founder of Sparklands. I believe you saw our demo at the incubator showcase last month. His eyes lit up with recognition. The AI visualization platform. Impressive work, very impressive. I've been meaning to reach out. Thank you. We're launching next month and... Lucille? My mother's voice cut through the conversation like a knife. She appeared beside us, face tight with forced politeness. Darling, I had no idea you'd be here. Mrs. Ward? Reynolds nodded politely. You know Lucille? She's my daughter, Mum said, then quickly added. But you simply must meet my son, Adrian. He's doing extraordinary things with Synchrowave. Mum, I interrupted firmly. Mr. Reynolds and I were in the middle of a business discussion. Oh, But Adrian's announcement is about to start. You'll want to hear this, Mr. Reynolds. It's going to change everything. Reynolds looked between us, clearly sensing the tension. I straightened my spine and met his gaze directly. Actually, I said, I'd love to show you our latest prototype. We've added some features I think you'll find interesting. He smiled. At me, not my mother. Lead the way. As I walked away with Reynolds, I heard my mother's sharp intake of breath. For the first time since they took my money, I felt truly powerful. The game was changing, all right. Just not the way Adrian planned. Synchro-Wave CEO steps down amid fraud allegations. The headline screamed across my phone screen. I sat in my new office, watching the story unfold in real time. 3 years of Adrian's revolutionary company imploding in a single morning. Freya burst through my door without knocking. Have you seen? I'm reading it now. I scrolled through the article. Misused investor funds, falsified growth numbers, multiple lawsuits pending. Your parents, Freya said carefully. They're mentioned in the article. I found the paragraph she meant. Sources confirm the Ward family mortgaged their publishing company headquarters, a historic downtown property, to provide emergency funding in Synchro-Wave's final months. My phone rang. Aunt Athena. I assume you've seen the news, she said when I answered. Hard to miss. There's more. Your father's publishing company is facing bankruptcy. They're selling the building. The building. I closed my eyes, remembering summer afternoons spent hiding in its library, dreaming up stories while Adrian played CEO in Dad's office. Girls don't run publishing houses, Mum had said when I expressed interest in learning the business. Lucille? Athena's voice brought me back. There's something else you should know. Philip Mackenzie is handling the sale. Philip Mackenzie, the same ruthless investor who'd been trying to partner with Sparklands for months. Send me his number, I said. 20 minutes later, I sat across from Philip in his downtown office. I wondered if you'd come, he said, sliding a folder across his desk. The Ward Publishing Building. Prime location, historic value, asking well below market rate. They're desperate for a quick, quiet sale. They don't know you're showing this to me? They don't know I know you. He leaned back. Your company needs a headquarters. This building needs an owner who understands its value. And you, he smiled thinly, you need something else entirely. What makes you say that? Because I recognize that look in your eyes. It's not about the building, is it? Before I could respond, my phone buzzed with a text from Adrian. Please call. Need help. Everything's falling apart. I showed Philip the message. They took everything from me once, used my money to fund his lies. And now you can take everything back. Philip tapped the folder. Through me. They'll never know you're the buyer until it's too late. I opened the folder, studied the numbers. I want to make an offer. I thought you might. Back at Sparklands, I found Freya waiting in my office. Your mother called the company line 4 times today. What did she want? To know if you're hiring. Apparently, Adrian needs a job. I laughed humorlessly. Of course he does. There's more. Freya hesitated. The tech blogs are saying Synchro-Wave wasn't just mismanaged. They're saying Adrian was gambling with company funds. Casino trips disguised as business meetings, huge losses covered up with fake projections. My phone buzzed again, a message from my father. Please, call. Your mother's not handling this well. We need family now more than ever. Family, I muttered as Now they remember I exist. What are you going to do? I pulled up my banking app, not empty anymore, but full of legitimate success. Sparklands had grown beyond my wildest dreams, our AI technology revolutionizing how companies handled data visualization. The irony wasn't lost on me. I'm going to buy their building, I said quietly, through Philip Mackenzie. They won't know it's me until the papers are signed. That's Freya searched for the word. Cold. No, cold was stealing my savings. Cold was telling me I wasn't good enough. Cold was betting everything on Adrian while treating me like a backup plan. My phone rang again. Adrian. You should answer it, Freya said softly. At least hear what he has to say. I picked up. Adrian's voice came through, shaky and unfamiliar. Luce? Thank God. Listen, I messed up. Really messed up. But I can fix it if... If what, Adrian? If you get another chance, another handout. Please, he whispered. I don't know who else to ask. That's funny, I said, because until today, you didn't even know what company I ran. Didn't care enough to ask. Lucille. Goodbye, Adrian. I hung up and turned to Freya. Call Philip. Tell him I'll take the building at asking price, but I want the deal closed by the end of the week. Are you sure about this? I looked out my office window at the city skyline, at the old publishing building standing proud among modern glass towers. Soon it would be mine, the same building where I was once told I didn't belong. They wanted me to marry into success, I said. Instead, I'm going to buy it. The papers are ready to sign, Philip announced, spreading documents across my desk. Once your parents accept the offer, the building is yours. I traced my fingers over the property photos. The red brick facade. The brass door handles I used to polish with my sleeve before entering. The corner office where Dad had once told me, this will all be Adrian's someday. They have no idea I'm involved? None, Philip smiled. As far as they know, it's just another investment group. They're so desperate to sell quickly, they haven't asked many questions. My phone lit up with a text from Freya. Your mother's here. Reception just called up. Perfect timing, I muttered. Send her in. Philip gathered his papers. Want me to stay? No, this needs to be private. He nodded and left just as my mother walked in. She looked smaller somehow, her designer clothes slightly wrinkled, her makeup not quite perfect. Lucille. She stopped short, taking in my executive office. This is unexpected. Is it? I gestured to a chair. Sit down, Mum. She perched on the edge of the seat, clutching her handbag like a shield. I've been trying to reach you. I know. Your father and I... She swallowed hard. We need help. Alone. Just until we can sort everything out. Define everything. The legal fees are overwhelming, and with the building sale pending. She tried to smile. But you're doing so well here, obviously. I had no idea. That's because you never asked. She flinched. Darling, I know we've had our differences. Differences? I laughed. You stole my life savings. You told me my only value was in finding a rich husband. You backed Adrian's lies until there was nothing left to lose. He's your brother, and I'm your daughter. I pulled out a folder. Not Philip's, but one containing bank statements from 3 years ago. Remember this? The day you drained my account? She looked away. We were trying to help Adrian achieve his dreams, while crushing mine. I closed the folder. How much do you need? Hope flickered across her face. 200,000, just to keep the creditors at bay until the building sells. I opened my laptop, pulled up a document. I have some paperwork for you first. Of course, of course. She reached for her reading glasses. What is it? A loan agreement, with some conditions. She started reading, then stopped. This says we have to provide full financial records, bank statements, property documents, everything. But why would you need... Because I want to see exactly how much you gave Adrian. Every dollar, every secret mortgage, every hidden withdrawal. She stood up abruptly. This is ridiculous. We're family. Exactly. And family should have nothing to hide. I won't be interrogated by my own daughter. Then, you won't get the loan. She sank back into the chair, deflating. You've become so hard. I learned from the best. After a long moment, she pulled out her phone. I'll need to discuss this with your father. Take your time. I stood up. But, Mom, the offer expires today. She looked up sharply. Today? But that's impossible. You need money. I have it. These are my terms. Her fingers trembled as she dialed. I watched her whisper urgently into the phone, watched her face crumple as my father presumably agreed. Fine, she said finally, picking up the pen. Where do I sign? As she scrawled her signature, my phone buzzed. A text from Philip. Offer on building accepted. Congratulations on your new property. There. Mum pushed the loan agreement across the desk. Now about the money. I'll have my lawyers review the paperwork, I said calmly. They'll be in touch. But we need it now. The building sale won't cover everything, and the new owners want to close quickly. The new owners already closed the deal. I turned my laptop around, showing her the property transfer documents. 10 minutes ago, actually. She squinted at the screen, then went pale. But that's your company name, your signature. Yes. She whispered. You bought our building? I bought my building. I stood up. The same building you said I'd never be worthy of running. She staggered to her feet. This was your plan all along? To what? Humiliate us? No, Mum. This was business. Just business. I walked to the window. You can tell Dad the new owner wants all offices cleared by Friday. Lucille, please. I have a meeting. I pressed the intercom. Freya, please show my mother out. As she left, shoulders shaking, I didn't feel the satisfaction I'd expected. Instead, I felt something else. Freedom. The weight of their expectations, their dismissal, their control. It was finally lifting. They'd sold their legacy to save Adrian. They just didn't realize they'd sold it to me. You can't do this. Adrian slammed his hands on my desk, making my coffee cup rattle. This building has been in our family for 3 generations. Technically, I replied without looking up from my laptop. It's been in Dad's family, and now it's in mine. Is this some kind of revenge? Because if it's about the money... Sit down, Adrian. To my surprise, he did, collapsing into the chair across from me. His designer suit was wrinkled, his eyes bloodshot. The golden boy had lost his shine. I can fix everything, he said, running his hands through his dishevelled hair. I just need time. And maybe a small investment. I finally looked at him. You mean like the investment you took from my savings account? That was Mom and Dad's decision. And the casino trips, the fake investor reports, were those their decisions too? He paled. How did you? I have access to all Synchrowave's financial records now. I pulled out a thick folder. Part of the loan agreement Mom signed yesterday. Interesting reading. You had no right. I had every right. I opened the folder. Vegas, Atlantic City, private poker games, all logged as investor meetings, very creative accounting. Those were legitimate business expenses. Really? I turned the folder around. Should we call the SEC and verify that? His face crumpled. Are you threatening me? No, Adrian, I'm showing you reality. Something Mum and Dad never did. They believed in me. They enabled you, I corrected, and now they're losing everything because of it. He stood up again, pacing. I'll sue you. For emotional damages. For stealing our family legacy. I pressed a button on my phone. Freya, bring in the other folder. Freya appeared moments later with another stack of documents. I spread them across the desk. Bank statements showing where my stolen money went. Casino receipts, falsified company reports in your handwriting, emails to investors with inflated numbers. I looked up at his increasingly pale face. Still want to talk about lawsuits? You're bluffing. Try me. He slumped back into the chair. What do you want? Nothing. Everyone wants something. No, Adrian, I already have everything I want. I gestured around the office, his father's old office. The building, the success, the validation. You're tearing this family apart. The words echoed in the quiet office. I thought of all the family dinners where my achievements went unmentioned. All the times I was told to be more like Adrian. All the dreams I was told to suppress. No, I said quietly. You did that. You and Mom and Dad. I'm just the one who stopped pretending it wasn't broken. Please, he whispered. I need help. Real help this time. I pulled out a single envelope and slid it across the desk. What's this? A job offer. He opened it, then looked up in disbelief. The mailroom? You're offering me a job in the mailroom? Entry-level position. Fair salary, real work. This is a joke. This is an opportunity. I leaned forward. Something you've never actually had before. A chance to earn something instead of taking it. I won't work for my little sister. Then leave. I pointed to the door. But those documents, they go to the SEC tomorrow unless you accept the position. He stared at the envelope, then at me, then at the folder of evidence. His hands were shaking. When? He swallowed hard. When would I start? Monday, 9 a.m. sharp. No special treatment. He stood up slowly, clutching the envelope like it was radioactive. Mum's right. You have become hard. No, I've become strong. There's a difference. As he reached the door, he turned back. Did you hate me this whole time? I never hated you, Adrian. I hated what they turned you into, what they wouldn't let me be. After he left, Freya came in and perched on the edge of my desk. The mailroom? Really? Everyone should learn the value of working their way up. And the SEC documents? Ready to file if he steps out of line. I looked out the window at the city skyline. But I don't think he will. He's finally scared of something real. You know your mum's going to lose it when she finds out. Probably. I picked up my coffee cup. But for the first time in my life, I don't care what she thinks. Freya smiled. The Queen is dead. Long live the Queen. Not a queen, I corrected her. Just a woman who finally stopped asking for permission to succeed. The afternoon sun streamed through the windows, warming the office that had once been forbidden to me. Sometimes the best revenge isn't destruction, it's reconstruction. Building something new from the ashes of what they tried to deny you. Local tech prodigy acquires historic publishing house. The headline blared across my tablet. Below it, a photo of me standing in front of the renovated building. Spark Lens's sleek logo gleaming above the entrance. Your mother's on line 3, my assistant called through the intercom, and Entertainment Weekly wants a comment on her interview. Send me the article first. Moments later, the magazine piece appeared in my inbox. The headline made me wince. Mother of Tech CEO speaks out. My daughter's success came at a heavy price. You've been avoiding her calls for 3 days, Aunt Athena said, walking into my office unannounced. The interview is getting traction. Let me guess. She painted herself as the victim. See for yourself. Athena picked up my tablet and read aloud. Lucille always had it out for her brother. She couldn't handle his natural talent, his charisma. This hostile takeover was calculated revenge, nothing more. I laughed without humour. Hostile takeover. They sold the building willingly. She also mentions your cruel treatment of Adrian, You mean the job I gave him when no one else would touch him? The intercom buzzed again. Adrian's here for his quarterly review. Speaking of the devil, Athena smiled. Want me to stay? No, I need to handle this alone. Adrian entered, wearing a cheap suit instead of his usual designer labels. 3 months in the mailroom had changed him. He stood differently, spoke differently. Quarterly numbers, he said, placing a folder on my desk. We've improved efficiency by 12%. I know. Your supervisor mentioned you're doing well. He shifted uncomfortably. Have you seen Mum's interview? Just reading it now. I didn't know she was going to do that. He sat down without being invited. Look, Lucille, I get it now. What you were trying to show me. Do you? Yeah. These past months, actually working. It's different. Real. He gestured to the folder. These numbers, I earned them. No lies, no shortcuts. And how does that feel? Weird. He smiled slightly. But good. The intercom buzzed again. Mrs. Ward is in the lobby. She's demanding to see you. Adrian tensed. Want me to tell her to leave? No. I stood up. It's time to finish this. My mother burst in before my assistant could announce her, face flushed with anger. How dare you ignore my calls? After that stunt with the building, and now, Adrian. Mom, Adrian interrupted. Stop. She whirled on him. Look at you, my son, reduced to sorting mail while she sits in your father's office. It's my office, I said quietly. I earned it. You stole it, just like you stole Adrian's chance at success. No, Mom, I gave him something you never did, consequences. How dare you? I dare because I'm not afraid of you anymore. I walked around the desk. Your interview? Classic deflection? But here's what you don't understand. I don't care what people think. Success speaks for itself. You've destroyed this family. Actually, Adrian stood up, she saved it. Saved me. I was drowning in lies and fake success, and you and Dad kept pushing me deeper. Mum staggered back like she'd been slapped. Adrian? The mailroom job? It's real work, honest work. For the first time in my life, I'm not pretending to be something I'm not. But you're meant for greater things. No, he said firmly. I'm meant for real things. Lucille showed me that. Tears filled her eyes. You've turned my own son against me. No one turned anyone, I said. Adrian just grew up. Maybe it's time you did too. Your father will hear about this. Good. I handed her a newspaper. He can read about Spark Lens's latest acquisition while you're telling him. We just bought out our biggest competitor. She stared at the paper, then at me, then at Adrian. The fight seemed to drain out of her all at once. I don't understand you anymore, she whispered. Either of you. You never did, I replied. That was the problem. After she left, Adrian turned to me. That was necessary, I finished, for all of us. He nodded slowly. I should get back to work. Those efficiency numbers won't maintain themselves. As he reached the door, I called out, Adrian? Yeah? Keep up the good work, and we might have a junior management position opening up next quarter. He smiled. A real smile, not his old practiced one. I'll earn it first. After he left, Athena reappeared. Well handled. It doesn't feel like victory, I admitted. It feels like growth, she finished. Sometimes the hardest battles aren't won with revenge, but with truth. I looked out at the city, at the building that now truly belonged to me. Not because I took it, but because I earned it. Truth, I repeated. That's something they never gave me, but I gave it to myself. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of my office as I signed the final acquisition papers. Sparklens had just become the leading data visualization company in North America. "Congratulations," Freya said, collecting the documents. "Though you don't look as happy as I expected." "Just thinking." I handed her an envelope that had arrived earlier. "My father sent this." She opened it and read aloud. "Dear Lucille, I've spent weeks trying to write this letter. Your mother doesn't know I'm sending it. The truth is, I failed you. Not just with the money, but with everything. I chose the easier path, supporting Adrian, avoiding conflict, letting your mother's prejudices dictate our family's future. I watched you build something extraordinary while pretending not to see it. I can't undo those choices, but I can finally acknowledge them. The building, the company, the success, you earned all of it. Not through marriage or luck, but through pure determination. I'm sorry I didn't see it sooner. Love, Dad. Bit late for apologies, I muttered. But you kept the letter. The intercom buzzed. Adrian's here with the quarterly reports. He entered, carrying a thick folder and wearing a confident smile I'd never seen before. Not his old artificial charm, but something genuine. "Mailroom efficiency up another 15%, he announced, "and I have drafted a proposal for streamlining interdepartmental communication." I took the folder. "You're exceeding expectations. Learned from the best." He hesitated. "Actually, there's something else. I'm enrolling in night classes, business administration." "Really?" "Yeah. Thought it was time to earn a real education, not just coast on charm." He smiled wryly. "Though Mom's not thrilled. Says I'm following in your shadow instead of reclaiming my birthright or whatever." "And what do you think?" "I think..." He sat down. "I think I'm finally building something real. Something mine." The intercom buzzed again. "Ms. Holland is here." Aunt Athena swept in, elegant as ever. "Ready for the board meeting?" "Almost." I turned to Adrian. "Actually, why don't you sit in, see how the executive level operates?" His eyes widened. "Seriously? You've earned it, the real way." After he left to prepare, Athena picked up Dad's letter. He finally found his voice. Too late to matter. "Is it?" She raised an eyebrow. "You kept the letter because it's the first time he's ever acknowledged the truth." I stood up, walking to the window. "But acknowledgement isn't the same as change." "No," she agreed, "but it's a start. Speaking of which..." She handed me a newspaper. "Your mother's latest interview." I braced myself, but the headline surprised me. "Tech CEO's mother admits past mistakes. I was wrong about my daughter." She actually said that? "Read it yourself." I scanned the article. I was raised to believe a woman's success came through marriage. I tried to force that belief on my daughter. But Lucille proved me wrong. She built something extraordinary, not just despite our lack of support, but because of it. She turned our rejection into resilience. While I may not agree with all her choices, I cannot deny her achievements are entirely her own. "Interesting timing," I said, putting down the paper. "Maybe. Or maybe watching both her children succeed on their own terms finally opened her eyes." The intercom buzzed one final time. "Board members are ready." I gathered my materials, then paused. "You know what's funny? They always said I needed to marry rich to be successful. And instead," I smiled, touching the Sparklens logo on my presentation folder, "I married my ambition. Turns out it was the most faithful partner I could have chosen. And the most rewarding," Athena added. Walking into the boardroom, I saw Adrian already seated, taking notes. Freya was setting up the presentation. My team, my real family, ready to help build something even bigger. I thought about Dad's letter, Mum's interview, Adrian's transformation. Their recognition didn't heal the past, but maybe it wasn't supposed to. Maybe the point wasn't forgiveness or reconciliation, but evolution. They had evolved. I had evolved. We had all become different people. Ready to begin? Freya asked. I looked around the room. My room, in my building, surrounded by my success. Not stolen, not inherited, not married into. Earned. Yes, I said, I'm ready. Because that's the thing about success built on your own terms. It doesn't need anyone's permission to shine. It doesn't need family approval or societal blessing. It just needs you, your determination, and the courage to prove everyone wrong. I opened my presentation and faced my board. Time to show them what else I could build.
The day after we buried Mom, my siblings finally showed up. Not to help pack her things or reminisce about childhood memories. They came with a realtor and eviction papers. I guess they thought living here as Mom's caretaker for 7 years made me nothing more than a live-in nurse who'd outlived her usefulness. My name is Reagan, and I'm the middle child who never learned to say no, the responsible one, the one who put her life on hold when Dad died and Mom's health started failing. While my older brother Van chased corporate success in Chicago and my younger sister Quinn built her Instagram perfect life in LA, I was here, changing sheets, managing medications, holding Mom's hand through endless nights of pain. We need to discuss the sale timeline, Van announced, striding into the living room like he owned the place. His girlfriend Alyssa trailed behind him, designer handbags swinging. Quinn perched on Mom's antique armchair, scrolling through her phone. Sale timeline? I kept my voice steady, though my hands shook as I set down my coffee mug. I wasn't aware we were selling. Be reasonable, Reagan, Quinn sighed without looking up. You can't afford to maintain this place on your own. We're doing you a favor. The realtor, a sharp-suited woman with too bright lipstick, spread papers across the coffee table. The market's hot right now. We could list by next week. I've already had interest from developers, Van added. They'll tear it down, build luxury condos. Split 3 ways, we're looking at 7 figures each. I stared at the family photos on the mantel. Mom and Dad on their wedding day. The 5 of us at the beach, back when we were actually happy. And where exactly am I supposed to go? There are plenty of nice apartments in your price range, Alyssa chimed in, as if she had any right to an opinion. You could get a fresh start. A fresh start. I laughed, but there was no humor in it. After I gave up my career, my relationship, my entire life to care for our parents while you two couldn't be bothered to visit more than twice a year? Van's jaw tightened. We contributed financially. The bare minimum, I cut in, while I handled everything else. The doctor's appointments, the medications, the midnight emergencies. Where were you when Mom fell and broke her hip? When she needed chemotherapy? When Dad was dying? Ancient history, Quinn waved her hand dismissively. The point is, you never paid a dime toward this house. You lived here rent-free. Now it's time to be practical. I stood slowly, walked to Mom's old bureau. The second drawer stuck slightly. It always had. Inside, beneath her carefully folded scarves, lay a manila envelope. Actually, I said, pulling out the deed, Mom signed the house over to me last year. Full ownership. It's already done. The silence was deafening. Van snatched the paper, his face reddening as he scanned it. Quinn abandoned her phone, finally paying attention. This can't be real, Van sputtered. Mom would never. Grace Morrison witnessed it, I said, naming our family attorney. It's completely legal. Mom wanted to ensure I'd be taken care of after everything I sacrificed. She knew exactly what you two would try to pull. You manipulated her, Quinn accused, standing now. She was sick, confused. She was perfectly lucid, I replied. Unlike when you convinced her to add you as a signatory on her bank account, or when Van borrowed against Dad's life insurance without telling anyone. The realtor gathered her papers awkwardly. I should go. Yes, you should. I moved to the front door, holding it open. And you can all leave with her. This is my house now. I earned it. We'll fight this, Van threatened, his voice low. You have no idea what you're doing. I met his gaze steadily. No, brother. For the first time in my life, I know exactly what I'm doing. Now get out of my house. They left in a storm of threats and slammed doors. I stood in the sudden quiet, my heart pounding but my mind clear. Through the window, I watched Van punch the steering wheel of his BMW while Quinn gesticulated wildly on her phone. My hands were still shaking, but not from fear anymore. For years, I'd been the family doormat, the reliable one they could count on to cave in to their demands. They never imagined I'd grow a spine, but people change. And as I looked around the home I'd fought so hard to protect, I realized this was just the beginning. They thought they could bully me into submission one last time. Instead, they'd awakened something they never saw coming. A sister who was finally done being nice. They're claiming Mom wasn't mentally competent when she signed. I sat across from Grace Morrison in her downtown office, watching her review Van's legal threat. Can they do that? Grace removed her reading glasses, fixing me with the same steady gaze I'd known since childhood. They can try, but I documented everything thoroughly. Your mother knew exactly what she was doing. Tell me again, I said, needing to hear it. Tell me how it happened. She called me to the house last March. You were at the pharmacy picking up her prescriptions. Grace smiled softly. She said, I need to protect my Reagan. The others, they've made their choices. Then she signed the deed transfer right there at her kitchen table. My throat tightened. Van's lawyer is demanding her medical records. Of course he is. Grace pulled out a thick folder. Which is why I had her primary physician conduct a cognitive assessment the day before. Full mental capacity, documented and notarized. The knot in my chest loosened slightly. You thought of everything. Your mother did. She wasn't blind to what was happening, Reagan. She saw who showed up and who didn't. My phone buzzed. Another text from Quinn. You're making a huge mistake. Call me. I switched it off. They're telling everyone I manipulated her, that I'm unstable. Let them talk. Grace leaned forward. You were there every day for 7 years. Where were they when she needed her medication at 3 a.m.? When she couldn't keep food down during chemo? When she just needed someone to hold her hand? The memories hit hard. Mom's frail body shaking with sobs after another canceled visit from Quinn. Van's secretary sending flowers instead of him showing up for Dad's funeral. Me, alone in the emergency room at midnight, again and again and again. I gave up everything, I whispered. My job at the gallery, Otto, any chance at a normal life. And they gave up nothing, Grace finished, which is precisely why your mother made her choice. A knock at the door interrupted us. Grace's assistant entered with a courier envelope. This just arrived for Ms. Rivera, marked urgent. Inside was a formal notice from Van's attorney, demanding access to all financial records related to Mom's care over the past 5 years. They're fishing, Grace said, scanning the document. Looking for any mistake they can use against you. Did you keep records? Every receipt, every bill, every withdrawal. I'd learned early to document everything, knowing this day might come. But there's something else bothering me, something Dad said before he died about a trust fund, but I can't find any paperwork. Grace frowned. What trust fund? I don't know. He was pretty heavily medicated by then, but he kept saying I needed to ask Mom about it. I handled your parents' estate planning. There was no trust fund. Unless... I stopped, remembering something. Unless it was set up before you became their attorney. Mom mentioned once that they had someone else handling their finances when we were kids. Grace made a note. Give me the name if you remember it. I'll look into it. Walking home later, I passed the coffee shop where Otto and I used to meet every Sunday. He'd wanted to marry me, to build a life together. Instead, I'd chosen my family obligations. Last I heard, he was engaged to someone else. My phone buzzed again, This time a voicemail from Van. You think you're so clever, don't you? But we both know what really happened that last week before Mom died. You really want that getting out? I froze on the sidewalk, my blood running cold. What was he talking about? The house was dark when I arrived, but something felt off. The side gate was slightly ajar. Inside, nothing seemed disturbed, but there was a faint smell of cigarette smoke. Quinn's brand. In Mom's study, the filing cabinet drawers were all slightly open. They'd been looking for something. But what? I pulled out Dad's old letters, the ones I'd been reading earlier. There it was again, in his shaky handwriting. Make sure you ask your mother about the trust. It was meant for you, Reagan. Don't let them... The rest was illegible, but it was enough to know I was missing something big, something Van and Quinn might already know about. My phone lit up with a text from an unknown number. Check behind the painting in the dining room. RR for Robin? Our next-door neighbor who'd lived here even longer than we had? I walked to the dining room, heart pounding. Behind Mom's favorite landscape painting was a small safe I'd never noticed before, and taped to the back of the frame was a key. The key felt heavy in my palm as I crossed the lawn to Robin's house. She opened the door before I could knock, ushering me inside with a finger to her lips. I've been waiting for you to find it, she said, pouring 2 glasses of wine. Your mother made me promise to wait until they showed their true colors. You knew about the safe? I knew a lot of things. Robin settled into her armchair. I've lived next door for 20 years, watched you kids grow up, watched you stay while they left. And 2 weeks ago, I watched Van break in through the back door while you were at the hospice with your mother. My hand tightened around the wine glass. What did he take? Nothing. But he spent an hour in your father's study, burning papers in the fireplace. She leaned forward. Your mother knew he would try something like this. That's why she gave me copies. Robin disappeared into her study, returning with a thick manila envelope. Everything your father wanted you to know is in here, including details about that trust fund. I spread the documents across her coffee table. Bank statements, legal papers, a letter from Dad dated just weeks before his death. My darling dusty spinster, I read aloud, Quinn's recent mocking words echoing my mother's old cruel nickname. Always sacrificing yourself for everyone else. Your mother regretted saying that, Robin interjected softly. She told me it kept her awake at night, how she treated you. I continued reading. The trust fund was set up when you were born. Your grandfather insisted each grandchild have one, but your mother and I were young and foolish. We let Van convince us to combine all 3 funds for his business venture. It failed spectacularly, but by then the money was gone. Your sister's portion, too. We've been trying to make it right ever since. That's why they're so desperate for the house, Robin said. It's the only asset left to cover what they lost. My phone buzzed. Quinn again. You were always Mom's little puppet, her pathetic shadow. Give up the house, or everyone will know what a manipulative fraud you are. They're getting nasty, Robin observed. They've always been nasty. I just never fought back before. I picked up another document, a bank statement showing regular transfers from Dad's pension account to an offshore holding company. Van's company. He was stealing from Dad even before he died, I whispered. Mom must have known. She knew a lot more than she let on. Robin pulled out her phone, showing me a video. I took this the day Van broke in. Watch. The grainy security footage showed Van emerging from our house, stuffing papers into his briefcase. He made a phone call. It's done. She'll never find the original will now. As far as anyone knows, Dad left everything to me. My hands shook as I gathered the papers. I need to show these to Grace. Be careful, Robin warned. They're cornered animals now, and your sister's been parked down the street for an hour, watching your house. I peered through the blinds. Sure enough, Quinn's red Tesla sat idling at the corner. Use my back door, Robin suggested, and Reagan, there's something else you should know. The night your mother died at the hospice, Van visited her first, alone. The nurse told me he was there for almost an hour. A chill ran through me. Why didn't anyone tell me? because he signed in under a different name, but I recognized him leaving. He looked satisfied. I remembered Van's threatening voicemail. We both know what really happened that last week before Mom died. I need to talk to that nurse, I said, standing. Already got her number. Robin handed me a slip of paper. Her name's Maria. She said she's been waiting for someone to ask. Walking home through the growing darkness, I took the long way around to avoid Quinn. The house felt different now, heavy with secrets. In Dad's study, I knelt by the fireplace, reaching deep into the ashes. My fingers found something, a partially burned envelope, the edges crumbling, but the contents still legible. My phone lit up with a text from Grace. Don't react to anything they say or do. Just got a call from Otto. He's working at the county records office now. Says Van was there yesterday, trying to access sealed documents about your mother's death certificate. Another text followed quickly. Be careful. They're not just after the house anymore. This is about covering their tracks. I unfolded the burnt paper from the fireplace. Through the char marks, I could make out what looked like a modified version of Dad's will, dated just weeks before his death. But the signature, something was off about it. The sound of breaking glass downstairs made me freeze. Then Quinn's voice. Reagan, we need to talk. Now. I shoved the burnt will into my pocket and grabbed my phone, quickly texting Robin, Quinn broke in. Call police. Then I heard footsteps on the stairs. I know you're up there, Quinn called out. Stop being so dramatic and just talk to me. I stepped into the hallway. Quinn stood at the top of the stairs, still wearing her designer workout gear, looking completely unrepentant about breaking into my house. There's nothing to talk about, I said. You broke a window. I'm calling the police. Oh, please. She rolled her eyes. It's still my childhood home, and we both know you won't call the cops on family. You stopped being family the moment you and Van tried to steal my house. She advanced toward me, her perfectly manicured hand trailing along the wall. Is that what you think this is about? The house? God, you're even more naive than Mom said. What's it about then, Quinn? The trust fund you and Van lost? She stopped short, her fake smile faltering. How did you... I know everything. The combined trusts, Van's failed business, the money he stole from Dad's pension. Should I keep going? You don't know anything, she snapped, but her voice shook slightly. Van said you'd try to twist things. Van's been lying to you for years, just like he lied about Dad's will. I pulled out the burnt document. Recognize this? Your brother's handiwork? She snatched it, scanning the charred pages. Where did you get this? The fireplace. Van's not as thorough as he thinks. Headlights swept across the windows as a car pulled into the driveway. Quinn tensed. That'll be the police, I said. Want to explain why you broke in? This isn't over. She thrust the paper back at me and hurried down the stairs. But when the front door opened, it wasn't the police. It was Otto. My heart stopped. He looked exactly the same. Tall, kind-faced, the slight gray at his temples the only sign of the 5 years since I'd ended things. Reagan? He looked between us, confused. Your neighbor called me, said you might need help. Quinn's eyes narrowed. Well, if it isn't the one that got away, still cleaning up Reagan's messes? Get out, Quinn, I said quietly. Before I press charges. She laughed, but it sounded hollow. You know what's funny? Mom always said you were the smart one, the responsible one. But you're just as clueless now as you were then. She brushed past Otto and slammed the door behind her. Through the window, I watched her speed away in her Tesla. You okay? Otto asked, stepping closer. Robin said there's been trouble. That's an understatement. I showed him the burnt will. Think you could look at this, with your legal background? He studied it under the hallway light. This is definitely forged. Look at the notary stamp. It's dated 3 weeks after your father died. Can you prove it? Better than that. He pulled out his phone. I can access the county records database. Your father's real will should be... He tapped the screen. That's weird. What? Someone tried to access it yesterday multiple times, got flagged in the system. Van, I said. He's trying to cover his tracks. Otto's eyes met mine. Reagan, what exactly is going on here? I told him everything. The house, the trust fund, Robin's video of Van burning documents, the mysterious circumstances around Mom's death. Jesus, he whispered when I finished. This is way bigger than a property dispute. I know, and I'm scared, Otto. Really scared. He reached for my hand, then seemed to think better of it. Let me help. I can pull records, track paper trails. If Van's been manipulating documents. A notification pinged on my phone. A bank alert. Someone had tried to access Mom's account from an IP address in Chicago. Van's getting desperate, Otto said, reading over my shoulder. Good, I replied. Desperate people make mistakes. Another text from Robin. Maria the nurse agreed to meet. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. She says there's something you need to know about your mother's last day. Otto squeezed my shoulder. You shouldn't go alone. I won't, I said. But first, I need you to help me understand exactly what Van's been doing with these forged documents. Because whatever happened that last week, whatever he's trying to hide, I think it's all connected. Where do we start? I led him to Dad's study. With the ashes in this fireplace, Van may have burned the evidence, but he didn't know about Mom's copies. Time to put it all together. The hospice coffee shop was nearly empty when Maria slid into the seat across from me. She looked nervous, constantly checking over her shoulder. I could lose my job for this, she said, pulling out a thin folder. But what happened that night? It wasn't right. Otto sat beside me, his presence steadying. Take your time. Your brother came in around 8 p.m., Maria began. Signed in as Michael Stevens. He had papers with him, legal documents. I heard him pressuring your mother to sign. My throat tightened. She was heavily medicated. Exactly. Maria's hands shook as she opened the folder. She wasn't competent to sign anything, but he insisted, said it was just routine paperwork about her care. Did you see what she signed? No, but afterward he made a phone call in the hallway. I heard him say, "It's done. She signed it. Now nobody can trace the money." Otto leaned forward. Did you document any of this? Maria nodded, sliding over a paper. My shift notes. I wrote everything down, including the exact time and what I overheard. I also... She hesitated. I took photos of your mother's visitor log, the real one, before he replaced it with a new sheet that didn't show his visit. The images on her phone showed clear evidence of tampering. Van's fake name, the original log, everything. 2 hours later, Maria continued, your mother's heart rate dropped suddenly. It wasn't what we expected, given her condition. The implication hung heavy in the air. Are you saying... I couldn't finish the sentence. I'm saying you should request a toxicology report. Maria stood up. That's all I can tell you, but whatever your brother was covering up, it was worth killing for. After she left, Otto and I sat in stunned silence. We need to call Grace, he finally said. Not yet. I pulled out my phone, showing him the text I'd just received from Quinn. Need to talk, alone. I know what Van did. It's a trap, Otto warned. Probably, but she sounds scared. Then let's be smart about this. He pulled out his laptop. While you meet Quinn, I'll start digging into Van's financials. My clearance at the county office lets me access certain records. I agreed to meet Quinn at a busy restaurant downtown. She was already there when I arrived, looking uncharacteristically disheveled. Van's gone crazy, she blurted before I could sit down. He's threatening me now, too. Why? Because I found this. She pulled out her phone, showing me an email thread between Van and Mom's old broker. He didn't just steal from Dad's pension. He's been embezzling from his own company. Millions! The house was supposed to cover his tracks before the audit next month. And Mom found out? Quinn nodded, tears smearing her mascara. That's why he... She broke down completely. My phone buzzed. Otto. Found something big. Van transferred huge sums offshore the day after your mother died. Also, Alyssa just called Grace. Says she has proof of criminal activity. I know about the offshore accounts, I told Quinn, and the forged will, and what happened at the hospice. He made me help him, she whispered. Said we'd both go down if anyone found out. But Reagan, I swear I didn't know he was going to... Going to what, Quinn? Kill our mother? She flinched. He said it would look natural, that she was dying anyway. I didn't think he'd actually... My hands shook as I pulled out my phone to call Grace. But before I could dial, another text came through, from Van himself. Final warning, little sister. Back off or everything burns, including that precious house. Then from Robin. Fire trucks at your house. Come now. Quinn saw the message and went pale. Oh God, he really did it. I was already running to my car. Through the downtown traffic, I could see smoke rising from my neighborhood, from my home, from everything Mom had tried to protect. But Van had made a crucial mistake. He didn't know about the safe, about the documents Robin kept, about Maria's evidence, about Otto's access to county records. He thought he could bury his crimes in ashes. Again. My phone rang. Grace. Don't go home. Meet me at my office. Alyssa's here with proof of everything. And Reagan, the police are on their way to arrest Van. I looked at Quinn, slumped in my passenger seat. You need to decide right now. Are you with him, or are you going to tell the truth? She wiped her eyes, straightened her spine. I'll tell them everything. I'm done being afraid of him. As we raced through the streets, I realized something. Van hadn't just tried to destroy evidence. He'd tried to destroy me. But from these ashes, justice would finally rise. Grace's office was chaos when Quinn and I arrived. Alyssa paced nervously, clutching a USB drive. Otto hunched over his laptop, printing documents. 3 police detectives occupied the conference room. The fire was contained, Grace said, meeting us at the door. Mostly smoke damage to the kitchen. They found gasoline traces. Van's not answering his phone, Alyssa said. But I have everything. Recordings, emails, bank statements. He's been laundering money through shell companies for years. One of the detectives approached us. Ms. Rivera, we need your statement about the hospice incident. For the next hour, I recounted everything. Maria's evidence, the forged documents, the suspicious circumstances of Mom's death. Quinn corroborated it all, her voice shaking as she described Van's escalating desperation. He said nobody would look too closely at another terminal cancer patient dying, Quinn admitted. He needed her signature on those papers before he gave her an overdose of morphine, Alyssa finished. He told me it was mercy, that she was suffering anyway. She handed the USB drive to the detective. It's all here, including his confession to me. My phone buzzed, a text from an unknown number. Roof, now, or I release proof that you killed Mom for the inheritance. He's here, I showed the message to the detective. We'll send officers up. No, I interrupted. He's desperate. Let me talk to him first. Reagan, no, Otto protested. I need to hear him say it. I need to know why. The detective nodded reluctantly. We'll be right behind you. First sign of trouble, we move in. The evening air was cool on the roof. Van stood near the edge, his expensive suit wrinkled, his face haggard. It was supposed to be mine, he said as I approached. All of it. I was the oldest. So you killed our mother for it? She was dying anyway, he shouted. Another week, maybe 2. I just accelerated things before she could change the will again. But she already had, I said. She gave me the house months before. You killed her for nothing. He laughed bitterly. Nothing? That house was my last chance to cover the missing money before the audit. $40 million, Reagan. Do you understand what they'll do to me when they find out? They already know. Alyssa recorded everything. The color drained from his face. She wouldn't. She did. It's over, Van. The police are here. Quinn's telling them everything. Quinn? His expression turned ugly. That little parasite only survived this long because I carried her, just like I carried this whole family. You destroyed this family, I corrected. You stole our trust funds. You embezzled from your company. You killed our mother. And you're just so perfect, aren't you? He stepped closer, menacing. The dutiful daughter, the martyr. Did you ever tell anyone how you begged Mom to change her will? How you manipulated her when she was weak? That's your story, not mine, and we both know it. It's my word against yours. No, I said quietly. It's your word against evidence. Security footage, bank records, medical reports, Maria's testimony, Alyssa's recordings, Quinn's statement. You're finished. He glanced toward the roof's edge. Maybe, but I'm taking you down with me. He lunged suddenly, grabbing my arm. But before he could move, Otto burst through the roof door, tackling him. Police swarmed in seconds later. Van Rivera, the detective announced, cuffing him. You're under arrest for the murder of Eleanor Rivera, embezzlement, fraud. I watched them lead him away, his threats echoing across the roof. This isn't over. You think you've won? I'll destroy you. Back in Grace's office, Quinn hugged me for the first time in years. I'm so sorry, she whispered, for everything. We found the original will, Otto announced, holding up a document. The real one, from before Van's forgery. Your father left the house to your mother, and she left it to you. It's all legal. And the trust fund money? Quinn asked. Gone, Grace said. But Van's assets will be seized. Some of it might be recoverable. My phone buzzed one last time. Robin. Fire damage isn't bad, mostly smoke, but you'll need somewhere to stay while it's cleaned up. Stay with me, Otto offered quietly, just until the house is fixed. I looked at him, really looked at him, for the first time since he'd come back into my life. I need time, I said, to process everything. He nodded, understanding. I'll be here. When you're ready. Quinn touched my arm. What happens now? Now? I thought about Mom, about justice, about family. Now we rebuild, but differently this time, with truth. The city lights sparkled beyond Grace's windows as night fell. Somewhere out there, Van sat in a cell, his empire crumbling. But here, in this moment, surrounded by people who chose truth over greed, I finally felt something I hadn't in years. Peace. The courthouse buzzed with tension as Van's trial began. 3 months had passed since his arrest, but seeing him in an orange jumpsuit, shuffling in with shackled feet, still felt surreal. All rise, the bailiff called. Quinn sat beside me in the gallery, gripping my hand. Behind us, Otto and Grace provided silent support. Even Robin had come, armed with her security footage evidence. The prosecutor laid out the case methodically. Financial fraud, document forgery, and finally, the premeditated murder of our mother. Each piece of evidence hit like a physical blow. The defendant visited Eleanor Rivera at Sunset Hospice on April 15th, the prosecutor stated. Nurse Maria Thompson will now testify about what she witnessed that night. Maria took the stand, her voice steady as she described Van's actions. He insisted on being alone with Mrs. Rivera. When I checked vital signs later, her morphine levels were significantly elevated. Van's attorney tried to discredit her. Isn't it possible Mrs. Rivera simply declined naturally? The toxicology report shows lethal levels of morphine, Maria replied. That doesn't happen naturally. Next came Alyssa, looking uncomfortable but determined. She played the damning recording. Van's voice, slightly slurred from whiskey, confessing everything. Had to shut her up, his recorded voice echoed through the courtroom. She knew about the money, threatened to tell the board. Stupid old woman couldn't keep her mouth shut. Van stared straight ahead, jaw clenched. His attorney looked increasingly defeated. The financial evidence was overwhelming. Otto had traced every fraudulent transaction, every hidden account. The prosecutor displayed a chart showing the millions Van had stolen, including our trust funds. And finally, the prosecutor said, we have evidence of the defendant's attempt to destroy evidence by burning down his sister's home. Robin's security footage played on the courtroom screens. Van's distinctive silhouette, pouring gasoline around the house's perimeter. The flash of a lighter. During a brief recess, Quinn whispered, "He's really going away for this, isn't he?" "For a long time," Grace confirmed. The defense called character witnesses, business associates who praised Van's leadership, his philanthropy. But under cross-examination, each one admitted knowledge of his financial irregularities. Then, surprisingly, Van himself took the stand. "My sister paints me as a monster," he began, his voice thick with fake emotion. "But everything I did was for the family. The trust funds, I was investing in our future. Mom's death, she was suffering. I showed mercy." "Objection!" The prosecutor stood. "The defendant is testifying to facts, not in evidence." Sustained. Van's composure cracked. "This is ridiculous. I built everything. I carried this family while Reagan played nursemaid and Quinn played socialite. I deserved—" "Mr. Rivera," the judge warned, "control yourself." "You want to know what really happened?" Van shouted, pointing at me. "She manipulated Mom, turned her against me. She's the real criminal here." The judge banged his gavel. "Remove the defendant until he can compose himself." As guards led Van out, he lunged toward me. "This isn't over. You hear me? I'll appeal. The doors closed on his threats. The jury deliberated for only 2 hours. "On the count of first-degree murder, how do you find?" "Guilty." "On the counts of financial fraud and embezzlement?" "Guilty." "On the count of attempted arson?" "Guilty." The judge's sentence was severe. Life imprisonment without possibility of parole, plus 30 years for the financial crimes. All assets seized. Van stood rigid as the sentence was read, but I saw his hands trembling. Outside the courthouse, reporters swarmed us. Quinn faced the cameras bravely. "Justice was served today. Our mother can rest in peace." Otto shielded me from the chaos, leading me to his car. "You okay?" "I don't know what I am," I admitted. Back at the house, now restored from the fire damage, Robin waited with dinner. "I saw the verdict online. How do you feel?" "Like I can finally breathe," I said, surprising myself with the truth of it. Grace arrived later with papers. "The seized assets will be liquidated. It won't recover everything, but you and Quinn will each receive substantial restitution." Quinn studied the documents. "What about Van's wife? Their kids?" "Protected trusts," Grace assured her. "They won't suffer for his crimes." As evening fell, I stood in Mom's old room, now cleared of medical equipment and memories of suffering. Otto appeared in the doorway. "Stay," I said before he could speak. "Not just tonight. Stay." He crossed the room slowly, taking my hand. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure about this. Life's too short for fear. Mom taught me that in the end." Through the window, I watched the sun set on the first day of my new life. One without Van's shadow, without secrets, without guilt. Quinn called up the stairs. "Dinner's getting cold." "Coming," I replied, squeezing Otto's hand. It was time to start living again. The morning sun streamed through Mom's garden windows as I sorted through the last box of her belongings. Quinn sat cross-legged on the floor beside me, helping organize photos and letters. "Remember this?" She held up a faded Polaroid of the 3 of us kids at the beach. "Before everything got complicated. Before Van got greedy," I corrected, then paused at her flinch. "Sorry, I know he's still your brother." "He made his choices." She set the photo aside. "Just like I made mine. I'm still trying to make up for them." The doorbell rang. Grace with the final paperwork from Van's asset liquidation. Otto let her in, carrying coffee for everyone. "The last of the restitution funds have been distributed," Grace announced, spreading documents across the kitchen table. "The company's new board has implemented all the recommended safeguards." "And Van?" Quinn asked quietly. Still maintaining his innocence, but his appeal was denied yesterday. Grace sipped her coffee. His wife filed for divorce this morning. I signed where indicated, then passed the pen to Quinn. What about the trust fund records? Recovered most of them. Your grandfather's original intentions are now legally protected. Any future grandchildren will have secured trusts that can't be consolidated or accessed by anyone else. Otto squeezed my shoulder gently at the mention of future children. We were taking things slow, rebuilding trust, but the possibility hung sweet in the air. The back door opened and Robin entered, carrying a small package. Special delivery from Maria. She thought you should have this. Inside was Mom's old journal, its pages filled with her flowing script. A note fell out. Found this while cleaning the hospice storage. Thought it belonged with family who truly cared. Maria. Quinn read aloud from a random page. Reagan stayed again tonight. My stubborn, beautiful girl. She thinks I don't see her sacrifice, but I see everything. I see who stays. I see who loves. My throat tightened. That's enough. No, Quinn insisted, it's not. We need to hear this. I need to hear this. She continued reading. Van visits with schemes, Quinn with excuses. But Reagan just loves. Simply. Completely. I hope someday she knows how much I treasured that. Robin touched my arm. She knew, dear. That's why she protected you in the end. Speaking of protection, Otto said, the security system's been upgraded. No one's getting in here uninvited again. I walked to the garden, where fresh flowers bloomed where Van's gasoline had once soaked the ground. The others followed. I had something made, Quinn said, unveiling a small stone marker. For the garden. The inscription read, Eleanor's Garden, where love bloomed and stayed. It's perfect, I whispered. Grace checked her watch. I should go. One last thing. Van's daughter called. She'd like to visit sometime if you're open to it. Of course, I said. She's family. The door's always open for those who come with love. As Grace left, Otto started grilling lunch. Quinn and Robin set the patio table, their easy chatter filling the air. The garden bloomed around us, renewed after the fire, just as we were renewed after the storm. I've been thinking, Quinn said, returning from the kitchen with plates. Maybe I could move back? Not here, but nearby. Start fresh. There's a house for sale on my street, Robin offered. Walking distance. You'd leave L.A.? I asked Quinn. L.A. was about being seen. I want to be somewhere I can just be. Otto brought out the food, and we gathered around the table, this makeshift family built from the ashes of the old one. No more secrets, no more lies, just truth and time and healing. A toast, Robin proposed, raising her glass. To Eleanor, who knew exactly what she was doing when she gave this house to the one person who truly loved it. To Mom, Quinn echoed. To staying, Otto added, his eyes meeting mine. I looked around at these people who chose to remain, to rebuild, to love despite everything. The garden bloomed, the house stood strong, and finally, I was exactly where I belonged. To home, I said, and to those who make it one. The wind rustled through Mom's roses, carrying their sweet scent across the patio. Somewhere inside, her journal waited with more words of love. But right here, right now, surrounded by those who chose to stay, I felt her presence more clearly than any written word could capture. This was her real legacy, not the house, not the money, but the love that remained when everything else burned away.
The last time I saw my mother alive, she squeezed my hand and whispered, "Promise me you'll fight." I didn't know then that those words would become my battle cry. My name is Ivy, and I spent the last 3 years of my life watching cancer slowly steal my mother. Today, at her funeral, I'm watching my sister Zella steal everything else. The house is being sold, Zella announces, barely waiting for the last mourner to leave. She's wearing Chanel and perfect makeup, not a tear in sight. You need to be out by the end of the month.
I stand there in the living room, where I've spent countless nights sleeping on an air mattress to be near Mum's hospital bed, where I learned to change IVs and measure morphine, where I gave up my design career, my apartment, my whole life to become a full-time caregiver. What are you talking about? My voice sounds distant, even to me. Mom wanted me to have the house. You know that. She said it countless times. Zella's laugh is sharp enough to cut glass. Said it? Where's the paperwork, dear sister? Because I have the will right here. She pulls out a folder from her designer bag. Everything goes to me, the house, the accounts, everything. That's impossible. I step closer. Mom promised. Oh, promises. Zella rolls her eyes. You lived here rent-free for 3 years, Ivy. Consider that your inheritance. My best friend, Maya, who's been quietly watching from the doorway, steps forward. Are you serious right now, Zella? Ivy gave up everything to take care of your mother while you were... Where exactly? Paris? Milan? I was building a life, Zella snaps. Unlike some people who chose to play nurse instead of having a career, the room temperature seems to drop 10 degrees. I feel Maya tensing beside me, ready to pounce, but I touch her arm gently. Not now. Where's David? I ask, referring to Zella's husband. Shouldn't your lawyer husband be here for this conversation? He's handling the paperwork for the sale. Zella's smile is venomous. We already have a buyer. The funeral was 2 hours ago, Maya says, disgusted. Business doesn't wait for grief. Zella checks her phone. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have meetings. The locksmith will be here Monday. She turns to leave, then pauses. Oh, and Ivy? Don't bother looking for Mom's jewelry. I already took care of that. After she clicks away in her expensive heels, Maya explodes. That absolute witch! Ivy, we have to fight this. There's no way your mom would... Shh! I hold up a finger, waiting until I hear Zella's car start and pull away. Then I walk to the kitchen, open the bottom drawer, and pull out a thick manila envelope. What's that? Maya asks. Insurance. I start laying out documents on the counter. Every conversation Mom and I had about the house, recorded with her permission. Notarized statements from her doctors about her mental clarity. Bank statements showing every penny I spent on her care. Photos of every time Zella bothered to visit, all 3 times in 3 years. Maya's jaw drops. You've been preparing for this. I nod, continuing to arrange papers. Mom warned me. She knew Zella would try something like this. That's why we started documenting everything 6 months ago. I pull out my phone, showing Maya a video of Mom in her better days, clearly stating her wishes for me to have the house. Holy shit, Maya whispers. Ivy, you're not the pushover she thinks you are. No. I smile slightly. I'm not. My phone buzzes with a text from Zella. The locksmith will be there Monday. Don't be there. I look around the house, at Mom's favorite reading chair, the wall of family photos, the garden visible through the kitchen window where she taught me to grow tomatoes. This house holds every memory I have of her, every lesson she taught me about strength and patience and fighting for what's right. Maya, I say quietly, I need you to help me make some calls. We're going to need a lawyer. Already on it. She's typing furiously on her phone. My cousin Jameson specializes in estate law. He's a shark. Good. I walk to the window, watching the sunset paint the sky in fierce oranges and reds. Because Zella has no idea who I am anymore. She thinks she's dealing with the same little sister she could always push around. I touch the window glass, cool against my fingertips. But Mom didn't raise me to back down. She raised me to fight. Maya comes to stand beside me. What's the plan? I turn to face her, and for the first time today, I feel something other than grief. I feel purpose. We're going to take everything back, And we're going to make her remember why Mom always said karma comes calling when you least expect it. These signatures don't match. I slide the documents across Jameson's polished desk. Look at Mom's signature from 6 months ago compared to this so-called updated will. The tremor in her hand was getting worse, not better. Jameson peers through his reading glasses, comparing the papers. He's exactly what Maya promised. Sharp eyes, sharper mind, and an office that screams success without trying too hard. Interesting, he murmurs, pulling out more papers from the stack I brought. And you say your sister rarely visited? 3 times in 3 years. I have time-stamped photos and visitor logs from the hospice nurses. He nods slowly, then holds up his hand as his phone buzzes. Excuse me. He puts it on speaker. Jameson Kelly. This is David Wright. The voice is cold, professional. I understand you're meeting with Ivy Mills regarding my mother-in-law's estate. That's correct. I'm advising you to end that meeting immediately. This matter is settled. The will has been executed, and the property is already in contract. I lean forward. Is that so, David? Did you help Zella forge Mom's signature too, or just with the paperwork afterward? Silence crackles over the line. When David speaks again, his voice has an edge. Ivy, I'm warning you. Drop this now. You're going to embarrass yourself. No, David. You and Zella are going to embarrass yourselves. I have proof of everything. The line goes dead. Jameson raises an eyebrow. Well, that was illuminating. He starts sorting through more documents. Tell me about these bank withdrawals. I pull out my phone, showing him screenshots. 2 weeks before Mom died, Zella withdrew $50,000 from Mom's account. Here's the bank footage. I play the video Maya helped me obtain. Mom was in hospice. She couldn't have authorized this. And this was after your mother explicitly stated her wishes regarding the house. I tap my phone again, playing the recording. Mom's voice fills the office, weak but clear. The house goes to Ivy. She's the one who's been here. She's the one who cares. Zella can't be trusted. Promise me you'll fight, baby. Jameson leans back, a small smile playing at his lips. You know, when clients come to me with inheritance disputes, they usually have emotion, but no evidence. You, on the other hand, my phone buzzes with a text from Maya. Found something big, meeting Harmony for coffee. Come now. I have to go, I tell Jameson. But there's more coming. At the coffee shop, Maya sits with Harmony, Mom's former hospice nurse. Harmony's eyes are red-rimmed, but her voice is steady. I should have said something sooner, she says, pushing a paper across the table. Your mother made me promise to sign this statement about her wishes for the house. Had it notarized right there in her room. She knew Ivy. She knew what Zella might try. I scan the document, my hands shaking. When was this? 2 months ago. She made me promise not to show anyone until it was time. Harmony wipes her eyes. She said, My Ivy's too good, too trusting. She needs backup. Maya squeezes my hand as I fight back tears. This is huge, Ivy. This proves Mom was mentally competent and had different wishes than what Zella's claiming. My phone buzzes again. Zella this time. I put it on speaker. The moving company will be there tomorrow, she says without preamble. Whatever isn't gone by noon gets tossed. Actually, I reply, keeping my voice level, nothing's getting moved. Check your email. Our lawyer just filed an injunction to stop the sale. You little... She catches herself. You can't afford a lawyer. I've been saving Mum's Social Security checks, the ones you thought I was spending on myself, every penny documented, every expense recorded. Want to explain to a judge where that 50 grand went, Zella? The line goes quiet. When she speaks again, her voice is dangerous. You have no idea what you're doing. No, you have no idea what I've been doing. For 3 years, I watched Mom slip away while you lived your perfect life. But she wasn't stupid, Zella. She knew exactly who you are. I hang up and look at Maya and Harmony. Thank you both. I couldn't do this without you. Your mother was so proud of you, Harmony says softly. She told me once, Zella has all the power, but Ivy has all the truth. I pull out my phone one last time, playing another saved voice note. Mom's voice fills the quiet cafe. If anything ever happens, Zella cannot be trusted. Promise me you'll fight. I promise, Mom. I whisper. I promise. The scent of cinnamon hits me the moment I unlock the front door. For a second, I'm 10 years old again, running home from school to find Mom baking snickerdoodles, waiting to hear about my day. You okay? Maya asks behind me. Yeah. I run my hand along the wall of the entrance hallway, where pencil marks still track my height through the years. Just memories. We're here to gather more evidence, but every room feels like a time capsule. The kitchen where Mom taught me to cook. The living room where she'd braid my hair before school. The garden she tended until she couldn't anymore. Someone's here, Maya whispers suddenly, nodding toward a car pulling into the driveway. I tense, expecting Zella, but instead, an elderly woman emerges. She's elegant, familiar. Viviana? I haven't seen my mother's best friend in years. She hurries up the walkway, enveloping me in a tight hug that smells of Chanel No. 5. Oh, sweetheart. I came as soon as I saw the obituary. I've been trying to reach you. Zella changed Mum's phone number, I explain, and blocked a lot of her old contacts. Viviana's face darkens. That doesn't surprise me. Your sister... She glances around. Can we talk inside? In the kitchen, Viviana pulls an envelope from her purse. Your mother gave this to me last year. Said to give it to you when Zella makes her move. My hands shake as I open it. Inside is a handwritten document, dated just a year ago. My heart stops. This is Mom's will, I whisper, in her handwriting, leaving everything to me. Keep reading, Viviana urges. I, Elizabeth Mills, being of sound mind, hereby revoke all previous wills and testaments. I scan down. This is witnessed and signed by Harmony and you, Viviana? She nods. Your mother knew what was coming. She made sure this was legally binding. Maya leans over my shoulder. Look at the date, Ivy. This is after the will Zella presented. A knock at the door makes us all jump. It's Harmony, looking nervous but determined. I brought everything, she says, placing a thick folder on the kitchen table. Visit logs, medical records proving your mother's mental competency, and... She pulls out her phone. Videos. We gather around as she plays one. Mom is sitting in her favorite chair, looking tired but alert. I want it recorded, Mom's voice says clearly, that this house belongs to Ivy. She's given up everything to care for me. Zella hasn't been here in months. She doesn't deserve... A coughing fit interrupts her. That was 3 months ago, Harmony says. She made me record it. Viviana squeezes my hand. Your mother wanted you to have roots here, darling. She told me, Ivy will keep this house alive. She'll fill it with love, just like I tried to do. Tears blur my vision. Maya wraps an arm around my shoulders as Harmony continues showing us evidence. Photos of Zella's rare visits, documentation of suspicious financial activities, even security footage from the bank. My phone rings. Jameson. Ivy, he says. I just received a cease and desist letter from David. They're claiming harassment. Perfect timing, I reply. I have something they're going to hate. Mom's real will, witnessed and signed. And a lot more evidence. There's a pause, then a low chuckle. Bring it all to my office. Now. As we gather everything, another car pulls up. This time it is Zella, storming up the walkway in designer heels. What is this little reunion? She demands, bursting into the kitchen. She freezes when she sees Viviana. What are you doing here? Supporting your sister, Viviana says coldly. Like I promised your mother I would. Zella's eyes narrow at the papers spread across the table. Whatever you think you're doing, Ivy, it won't work. This house is sold. It's done. No, I say quietly, holding up Mom's handwritten will. It's just beginning. The color drains from Zella's face as she recognizes Mom's handwriting. Where did you get that? Mom made sure it would find its way to me. She knew what you'd try to do. You can't prove. We can prove everything, Harmony interrupts. I have videos, Zella. Lots of them. Zella's composure cracks. She grabs for the will, but Maya's faster, snatching it away. Get out, I tell my sister, before I call the police for trespassing. This isn't over, Zella snarls, backing toward the door. You're right, I agree. It's just getting started. After she's gone, I walk through the house again, touching walls, door frames, memories. In Mom's room, I find her old locket, hidden exactly where she told me it would be, under the loose floorboard by her bed. Inside is a photo of us together, and a note in her shaky handwriting. Some houses are built with bricks. Ours was built with love. Fight for it, my brave girl. I will, Mom, I whisper. I promise. Your sister's going to lose her mind, Jameson says, reviewing our court filing one last time. This petition doesn't just contest the will, it accuses her of fraud. Because that's exactly what she did, I reply, watching him sign the documents. How long before she finds out? He checks his watch. The courier will serve her in about 30 minutes, at her charity luncheon. Maya, who's been quietly typing on her laptop, looks up with a grin. Speaking of that luncheon, check this out. She turns the screen toward us, showing a local society blog. Zella's being honored for her dedication to family values today. The timing couldn't be better. Did you leak something to them? I ask. Just planted a few seeds. Suggested they might want to fact-check her family story. Jameson's phone buzzes. Right on schedule. David's calling. He puts it on speaker. Jameson Kelly. What the hell is this? David's voice is tight with rage. You ambushed my wife at a public event? The courier served her legally, Jameson replies calmly. Would you prefer to discuss the forged signatures now, or in court? These accusations are ridiculous. We have video evidence of your wife making unauthorized withdrawals from her mother's account 2 weeks before death. We have the real will, witnessed and notarized. We have medical records proving Elizabeth Mills was mentally competent when she made her true wishes known. Jameson's voice hardens. Would you like me to continue? Silence. I suggest you both meet with us tomorrow, Jameson continues. Unless you'd prefer this all comes out in court. You're bluffing, David says, but there's uncertainty in his voice. Check your email, I cut in. I just sent you a clip from Mom's video testimony. There's hours more. The line goes dead. Maya's phone pings. Oh my God, she laughs. Someone at the luncheon posted a video. Zella completely lost it when she got served. She threw a champagne glass. Save it, Jameson advises. Everything helps. My phone rings next. Zella, you vindictive little bitch, she hisses. Do you have any idea what you just did to me? Probably the same thing you tried to do to me, I reply. Except I have proof. Proof? You have nothing but a sad little story about playing nurse to our mother. I have your signature on bank withdrawals dated when Mom was in hospice. I have security footage. I have witnesses. Want me to keep going? You wouldn't dare take this public, she threatens. Think about what it would do to the family name. You mean your reputation? Your social standing? I laugh softly. You should have thought about that before you tried to steal everything Mom wanted me to have. I earned that house, she shouts. I worked my way up in society while you played caretaker. Thank you for that, Jameson interrupts smoothly. That admission will be very useful in court. Zella's sharp intake of breath tells us she hadn't realized she was on speaker. My office tomorrow at 10, Jameson continues. Bring David. We'll discuss settlement terms. After we hang up, Maya shows me more social media posts. Zella's perfect facade is cracking. Comments are appearing on her charity posts, asking questions about her mother's care. It's starting, Maya says. Once people smell blood. I don't want to destroy her, I say quietly. I just want what Mum wanted me to have. Sometimes those are the same thing, Jameson observes. My phone buzzes with a text from Harmony. Just got a call from David offering me money to change my statement. I recorded the call. I show it to Jameson, who smiles grimly. Add witness tampering to the list. Ivy, Maya says suddenly, staring at her screen. You need to see this. She shows me a private message from someone claiming to be David's former legal assistant. I have documents, it reads, about what they did to your mother's accounts before she died. I've been keeping them as insurance. Can we trust this? I ask Jameson. Let me verify the source, he says, already typing. But if it's legitimate, then we don't just have a case, Maya finishes. We have a slam dunk. I think about Mum's words in the locket. Fight for it, my brave girl. I never wanted this fight. Never wanted to expose family secrets or wage legal wars. But Zella left me no choice. Tomorrow morning, I say, gathering my things. Let's end this. Where are you going? Maya asks. Home, I reply. To the house Mum wanted me to have, to water her garden and make some cinnamon cookies. I smile slightly, because that's what she would do while waiting for Karma to arrive. Maya hugs me. Want company? Always. As we leave Jameson's office, my phone buzzes one more time. A text from Zella. You don't have what it takes to beat me at my own game. I don't bother responding. She'll find out soon enough. I'm not playing her game. I already won. My sister is a devoted daughter who sacrificed everything to care for our dying mother. Zella's voice trembles perfectly on the local news interview. These vicious accusations are just jealousy and grief-talking. Maya mutes the TV in Jameson's office. She's good, I'll give her that. Too bad we have the receipts, I say, pulling up the anonymous blog post we launched an hour ago. Already, it has thousands of shares. The post is simple. Mum's voice, weak but clear, talking about her last years, about how Ivy gave up everything to care for her, about how Zella never visited. Accompanying the audio are hospital visitor logs, bank statements, and dated photographs. Jameson's assistant knocks and enters. The former legal assistant is here. A young woman walks in, clutching a laptop. I'm Amanda. I worked for David for 3 years, until... She swallows hard. Until I saw what they were doing to your mother's estate. Tell us everything, Jameson says, recording device ready. They started planning this 2 years ago, Amanda begins. I have emails. David instructing Zella to start moving money gradually. Plans to pressure your mother to change her will. She opens her laptop. They knew you were too busy caring for her to notice. My phone buzzes. David calling. I put it on speaker. Take down that blog post, he demands. Now. Or what? I'm filing a motion to seal all proceedings. This ends now. Jameson leans forward. Actually, David, I just filed an opposition to any attempt to seal, citing overwhelming public interest. Would you like to explain to a judge why you're trying to hide these proceedings? You have no idea what you're dealing with, David growls. No, you have no idea what you're dealing with, I cut in. By the way, how's the Bar Association responding to those witness tampering allegations? The line goes dead. Amanda looks pale but determined. There's more. I have security footage from their house. Zella practicing Mom's signature. Maya whistles low. That's forgery. And this, Amanda continues, pulling up emails, is David instructing their private banker to process withdrawals without proper authorization. My phone pings with news alerts. The story is spreading. Zella's carefully curated image as a philanthropist is unraveling. Ms. Mills? A reporter stands in Jameson's doorway. I'm from the Daily Herald. We'd like to hear your side of the story. I look at Jameson, who nods slightly. Come in, I say. I'll tell you everything. Hours later, Maya and I sit in Mom's garden, watching the sunset. My phone hasn't stopped buzzing with notifications. Look at this, Maya says, showing me social media posts. People are sharing stories about elder abuse, about family betrayal, about justice. I never wanted it to go this far, I admit. No, Maya agrees, but Zella did. She could have shared, could have helped care for your mom, could have been decent. My phone rings. Harmony. Turn on channel 7, she says urgently. We rush inside. Zella is giving another interview, but this time she's angry, defensive. My mother was too far gone to make decisions, she's saying. That house should have been mine years ago. I deserved, the interviewer interrupts. But medical records show your mother was mentally competent until the end. Those records are... Zella stops, realizing her mistake. Are what, Mrs. Wright? Are you suggesting medical professionals falsified records? Zella's perfect mask cracks. This interview is over. As she storms off camera, Maya turns to me. Did she just basically admit she thought your mum was incompetent while trying to claim a will she supposedly signed was valid? Yes, Jameson says from the doorway. I hadn't even heard him arrive. And the Bar Association is very interested in David's role in all this. What happens now? I ask. Now? He hands me a thick envelope. Now we have them exactly where we want them. The judge has granted our emergency motion. All assets are frozen pending investigation. My phone buzzes with a text from Zella. You're destroying this family. I text back, for the first time in days. No, Zella, you did that all by yourself. Looking around Mom's living room, at the photos she cherished, the quilts she made, the life she built, I feel a strange peace. This isn't just about revenge anymore. It's about truth. Maya, I say quietly, remember when you asked if it was worth it? She nods. Mom once told me that the truth always costs something. But lies? I pick up Mom's favorite photo of us together. Lies cost everything. Outside, a car door slams. Through the window, I see Zella marching up the walkway, David trying to stop her. Here we go, Maya says. I stand up, straightening my shoulders. Mom's voice echoes in my memory. Promise me you'll fight. I did, Mom, I whisper. I did. The courtroom falls silent as Harmony takes the stand. She's wearing her nursing scrubs. She came straight from her shift to testify. And how often did Zella visit her mother during those final months? Jameson asks. 3 times in 3 years, Harmony replies firmly. I documented every visit in the logbook. And the defendant claims she was too busy to visit more often? Objection, David stands. Relevance goes to pattern of behavior, Your Honor, Jameson responds smoothly, and directly contradicts Mrs. Wright's public statements about her dedication to family. Overruled. Continue. Harmony's voice trembles slightly. She was in Paris when her mother had the first major crisis. Didn't come home. She was in Milan during the second. Didn't come home then either. But Ivy? She looks at me. Ivy slept on an air mattress beside her mother's bed for months. From the defendant's table, Zella glares daggers at me. David whispers something in her ear, but she shakes him off. And regarding the will, Jameson continues, did Elizabeth Mills ever discuss her wishes with you? Yes. Harmony straightens. She was very clear. The house was to go to Ivy. She made me record her saying it multiple times. David stands again. Your Honor, these recordings were already authenticated by 2 separate experts, Jameson interrupts. As the court well knows. The judge nods. Proceed. Viviana testifies next, pulling out years of correspondence between her and Mom. Elizabeth wrote to me constantly about Zella's manipulations, she says, handling the letters carefully. She was afraid of exactly this happening. Read the letter from March 15th, please, Jameson requests. Viviana unfolds a paper. My dear friend, Zella came by today. First time in months. She kept asking about the house, about my accounts. I'm worried. She's always been clever with money, but this feels different. Thank God for Ivy. She's my rock, my protection. I notice several jurors wiping their eyes. Then comes Amanda, David's former assistant. She presents email after email, document after document. David's face grows increasingly pale as she speaks. Mr. Wright instructed me to backdate several documents, she testifies. When I questioned the legality, he threatened my job. During the break, Maya shows me her phone. The story has gone viral. Justice for Ivy is trending. Ready for your testimony? Jameson asks as we return to the courtroom. I nod, though my hands are shaking. On the stand, I tell our story simply. About giving up my design career to care for Mom. About the late nights and early mornings. About Mom's fears and Zella's absence. And why did you document everything? Jameson asks. Because Mom asked me to, I reply. She knew Zella would try to take everything. She made me promise to fight. David's cross-examination is aggressive but sloppy. He's rattled. Isn't it true you lived in the house rent-free? Yes, I answer calmly. While providing 24/7 medical care that would have cost thousands per week in a facility. I have the cost comparisons right here. He changes tactics. Your sister is a respected member of objection, Jameson calls. Relevance. Sustained. Finally, Zella takes the stand. She's wearing Chanel again, but her perfect composure is cracking. My mother was confused, she insists. She didn't know what she was saying in those recordings, yet you claim she was competent enough to sign a new will? Jameson asks. That's different. Different how? Either she was competent to make decisions about her estate, or she wasn't. Which is it? Zella's face reddens. I deserved that house. I worked my way up in society, while Ivy played nursemaid. Played nursemaid? Jameson interrupts. Is that how you view caring for a dying parent? Something snaps in Zella's eyes. That house should have been mine years ago. I shouldn't have had to wait for her to die. Gasps fill the courtroom. The judge's gavel cracks like thunder. Mrs. Wright, the judge says sharply, are you saying you expected to inherit before your mother's death? Zella realizes her mistake too late. David has his head in his hands. I didn't mean... I think you meant exactly what you said, the judge responds coldly. During the recess, Jameson looks pleased. She just destroyed her own case. Maya hugs me tight. It's almost over. My phone buzzes with a text from Harmony. Your mom would be so proud. I look across the courtroom at Zella, who's arguing frantically with David. All her carefully constructed facades are crumbling. For the first time, everyone sees her exactly as Mom feared they never would, as she truly is. You okay? Maya asks softly. I think of Mum's words in her letter to Viviana. Thank God for Ivy. She's my rock, my protection. Yeah, I reply. I'm okay. Truth wins in the end, right? The bailiff calls us back in for the verdict. In the matter of the estate of Elizabeth Mills, this court finds in favor of the plaintiff, Ivy Mills. The judge's words echo through the courtroom. Maya squeezes my hand so hard it hurts. Furthermore, the judge continues, the court finds clear evidence of fraud and misrepresentation by the defendants. The handwritten will dated March 15th is hereby recognized as the valid and final testament. All assets are to be returned to the estate immediately, with interest. Zella stands abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. This is ridiculous. I'll appeal. Mrs. Wright, the judge cuts in sharply. I strongly advise you to remain silent. This court is also referring evidence of witness tampering and document fraud to the district attorney's office. David goes pale. Your Honor. Mr. Wright, as an officer of the court, you should be particularly concerned about your role in these events. The Bar Association will receive my full report this afternoon. Maya's trying not to smile. Harmony's crying quietly in the gallery. Viviana looks grimly satisfied. Court is adjourned. In the hallway, reporters crowd around us. Jameson handles most of the questions, while I stand in shocked silence. We won. We actually won. Ivy! Zella's voice cuts through the crowd. She's advancing toward me, mascara smeared, designer outfit wrinkled. You've ruined everything, she snarls. Our family name, David's career, my reputation. You did that yourself, I reply quietly. Every time you chose money over Mom, every time you forged a document, every time you lied. I deserved... What? To steal from our dying mother? To erase my 3 years of sacrifice? To sell our childhood home out from under me? David appears, grabbing Zella's arm. We're leaving, now. This isn't over, she spits. Actually, it is. Jameson steps forward. Any further harassment will result in additional legal action. And, Mrs. Wright, the charity board is waiting to speak with you. Something about fraudulent donations? They retreat down the hallway, Zella's heels clicking frantically on the marble floor. Later that evening, I unlock the front door of Mum's house. My house now, legally and finally. Maya follows me in, carrying champagne. Harmony and Viviana arrive moments later with takeout. A toast, Maya declares, pouring glasses. To Elizabeth Mills, who knew exactly what she was doing. To truth, Harmony adds. To justice, says Viviana. I wander through the rooms while they chat, touching familiar walls, breathing in memories. In Mum's bedroom, I notice something odd, a loose floorboard I never saw before. Kneeling down, I pry it up. Inside is a small box, and an envelope with my name on it. My hands shake as I open the letter. My dearest Ivy, if you're reading this, you found your way through the storm. I knew you would. You were always the strongest of us all, though Zella never saw it. In this box is my grandmother's locket, the one Zella always wanted but never earned. It belongs to you now. Inside is a photo of us in better days, and a promise I need you to keep. Don't let winning make you bitter. Don't let justice turn to hatred. You fought for what was right, and that's enough. I'm so proud of you, my brave, beautiful girl. Fill this house with love again. That's what it was built for. All my love, Mom. I open the locket with trembling fingers. The photo shows Mom and me in her garden, both laughing, covered in dirt from planting tomatoes. Ivy? Maya calls softly from the doorway. You okay? I show her the letter. She reads it, tears welling in her eyes. She knew, Maya whispers. She knew you'd win. She knew I'd fight, I correct her, standing up. The winning was just a bonus. Downstairs, Harmony and Viviana are arranging food on Mum's old dining table. The house feels warm again, alive with voices and laughter. My phone buzzes, a text from Jameson. David's law firm just asked for his resignation. Zella's charity board voted to remove her. Karma's not done yet. I don't reply. Instead, I join my friends at the table, in the house that Mom wanted me to have, that she trusted me to fill with love again. One more toast, I say, raising my glass. To Mom, who taught me that sometimes fighting for what's right means fighting for yourself. Later, after everyone's gone, I sit in Mum's favorite chair in the garden. The summer air is sweet with the scent of her roses. I fasten her locket around my neck, feeling its weight. Not heavy like revenge, but light like truth. I kept my promise, Mom. I whisper to the stars. I fought, and I won. A warm breeze stirs the wind chimes she hung years ago, making them sing softly in the dark. It sounds like her laugh. The morning sun streams through Mum's stained glass window, casting rainbow patterns across my design table. I'm working on the logo for the Elizabeth Mills Foundation when Maya bursts in, waving her phone. "Have you seen this?" she asks, breathless. "David's been disbarred. It's official." I set down my stylus. "How's Zella taking it?" According to the gossip blogs, she's fled to Europe, alone. Maya settles into Mum's reading chair. Apparently, David's singing like a canary to save himself from criminal charges. Good. I return to my design work. The Foundation's first fundraiser is next week, supporting home caregivers who need financial and emotional support. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Maya asks softly. "Use Mum's name for the foundation? It's perfect, actually." I show her the final design, a simple heart made of intertwining roses. Mum always said her garden taught her everything about love and patience. Now it'll help other people learn the same lesson. The doorbell rings. It's Harmony, still in her scrubs, holding a manila envelope. "You need to see this," she says, laying out documents on the kitchen table. "Remember that patient I mentioned? The one whose daughter reminded me of you?" I nod. "Harmony's been helping us identify families who need the Foundation's support. Look at her sister's name. There, on the medical forms. Emergency contact, Zella Wright." "That's not possible," Maya breathes. "It is," Harmony says. "This woman, she's your half-sister. Your mom told me just before she died, made me promise to wait until the right time. Your father had another family." The revelation hits like a thunderbolt. Suddenly, Zella's desperate grip on inheritance makes a twisted kind of sense. "Does she know?" I ask. "No, but her sister, your sister, she's struggling, just like you did, taking care of their dad alone while Zella ignores them." My phone buzzes. A text from an unknown number. "I hear you started a foundation. Trying to clear your conscience?" "Zella." I text back. "No. Trying to help people like Sarah." I pause, then add, "Your other sister." 3 dots appear, disappear, appear again. Finally. "How did you—" "Mom knew everything, Zella. About Dad's other family. About Sarah taking care of him alone. Sound familiar?" No response for several minutes. Then, "It wasn't supposed to be like this." "No," I reply. "It wasn't, but we can make it right." "We?" "The Foundation's first grant. It could go to Sarah. No one has to know why." The dots appear and disappear multiple times. Finally, "I'll think about it." Maya reads the exchange over my shoulder. "Are you sure about this?" "Mom's letter said not to let winning make me bitter," I remind her. "Maybe this is why." The doorbell rings again. This time it's Viviana, carrying a box of Mom's old photos. "Found these while cleaning out my attic," she says. "Elizabeth would want you to have them." We spread them across the kitchen table. Mum and Dad young and in love, Zella and me playing in the garden, family picnics and birthday parties. A whole history of love before it all went wrong. "Look at this one," Maya says, holding up a photo of Zella teaching me to ride a bike. "You both look so happy." My phone buzzes again. "Zella, I'm coming home. Not for forgiveness, but maybe for Sarah." "That's all it takes," I text back. "One step in the right direction." Harmony squeezes my hand. "Your mom would be proud. Of both of you." I touch Mom's locket, still hanging around my neck. Inside, beyond the photo, I'd added my own note. Some flames burn everything down, others guide you home. The foundation logo on my computer screen catches the rainbow light from Mom's window. The roses seem to glow, intertwining like family ties. Complicated, thorny, but beautiful when they bloom. Maya, I say, help me set up another chair in the garden. I think we might have company soon. She smiles, understanding. For Sarah? For everyone, I reply. Mom always said this house was built for healing. As we carry chairs out to Mom's garden, where her roses still bloom wild and free, I realize something. Revenge might feel like fire, but forgiveness feels like spring, messy and uncertain, but full of new life. My phone buzzes one last time. Zella again. Mom would have handled this better than both of us. Maybe, I text back, but she gave us a second chance to get it right. The wind chimes tinkle softly, and somewhere in that sound, I hear Mom's wisdom. Sometimes, the best revenge isn't winning the fight, it's ending it, with grace and growth and the courage to begin again. In Mom's garden, under the summer sun, I'm ready to try.